beautiful Eunice, New Mexico. Um, Jimmy Jones here with my sidekick, Obi Ontiveros. We are getting ready to kick off this game between the Eunice Cardinals and the visiting Jal Panthers here in Eunice, New Mexico today. We've got a hot day. I'm guessing it's probably around 90 degrees. We're getting ready to get started. Right now, we've got the two coaches out meeting at home plate with the umpire, and they're getting ready to get things going. We've got the handshake in place. It looks like we've got about 6 or 8 minutes until we're scheduled to begin, but by the look of things, we may get started just a couple of minutes early. So we're going to continue to work on getting all the rosters and everything put together here and get the lineups ready, and then we will get up and running. While we're waiting on that, I'll run down the roster that the Eunice Cardinals have in place today as far as just the overall roster. Number 2, Gio Chacon. Number 3, Jordan Luce. Number 4, Jonathan Caballero. Number 5, Julius Woods. Number 6, Micah Tippett, who is on the IR list. Number 7, Hayden Dean, the senior. Number 9, Chance Tucker. Number 10, Zeke Benton. Number 11, Sebastian Rico. Number 13, Conager Pierce. Number 14, Sean Stinson. And let's see here, number 19, Garrett Tucker. Number 20, Sammy Monsalve. Number 22, Marcus Tercero. And number 24, Jorge Ontiveros. He's number 1 in our heart is what he always tells us. Number 24 on the field, number 1 in our heart. The Cardinals have taken the field, and they are getting ready to warm up. Jal's got a couple of young men out there swinging a bat, and they're getting ready to get started. So it looks like we will be up and running fairly quickly. Eunice comes into this game, according to Max Prep, at 4-1 overall, 2-0 in district. They absolutely destroyed Loving in their only district games of the year so far, 13-1 and 20-2. They've also got wins over Lovington, a big win over Lee County rival Lovington, 7-3. It's always good to beat the Demons, and they put the thumping on the Dexter Demons, 13-3. And the only loss on the year was that very first game of the season, which was a strange game. It was like God didn't want us to play that day or something. We had like 3 different rain delays, some lightning, some thunder. We had some snow that I think was actually supposed to be hail, but it looked more like snow when it got finished covering the field. Like I said, multiple rain delays. Just a strange day. The Eunice lost that game to New Mexico Military Institute 5-1 in their opener. That's their only loss of the year. As far as the Jal Panthers go, these Jal Panthers come into this game 3-2. They have not played any games in district according to Max Prep. They are 0-0. They've got 2 wins over Dora, 2 losses to Capitan in what looks like a doubleheader, 8-2 and 14-4, and then a win 10-6 over Gateway Christian. With that said, their roster, number 1, Jesse Baeza, number 2, Ariel Lopez, number 3, Colton Taylor, number 5, Trenton Fieldstead, number 6, Pilar Ramirez, number 7, Trenton Butts, number 8, Luis Orozco, number 10, Stanton Richard, number 13, Colton Butts, number 19, Ethan Houston, number 20, Eric Lopez, and number 25, Gabriel Juarez. Head coach is Johnny Estrada, assistants Matt Mata and Nate Richards. Looks like we're getting ready to start. One other note, Eunice is coached by Drew Reynolds, assistant coaches Tyson Pierce and Anthony Pender. So it looks like we're getting ready to start. The first batter is stepping into the right-handed batter's box for these Jal Panthers. That is Julius Woods. I'm sorry, not Julius Woods. That's the Cardinals. Trenton Fields steps into the box. That first pitch looks like it's going to be just a little bit low. So Eunice starts off here with an 1-0 count. Fieldstead steps back into the box, and that pitch is going to be outside. Pitching for the Cardinals today looks like it's going to be Gio Chacon on the mound. Correct me? Oh, yeah, when I turned around, I saw the number different. I'm getting old, and some glasses are a good thing. I brought them here, but I'm just too dang stubborn to wear the dang things most of the time. So I guess I should actually pull them out. So after that pitch there drops low again, Tucker's behind this first batter, 3-0, 3 balls, no strikes. with the kick and the delivery. Here comes the pitch, and it is right down the middle, and that is going to be strike one. So 3 balls, 1 strike. Here in the top of the first, as we get up and running, Fieldstead back in the box. Here comes the kick and the delivery, and it is right down the middle, but it must have been a little low in the eyes of the umpire. So that's going to send Fieldstead to first base. He jogs down to first. Number 1, Jesse Baeza steps into the batter's box, the right-handed batter. Facing Chance Tucker, the right-handed pitcher for the Cards. Fieldstead with a big leadoff there at first base. Here comes the throw back over. Fieldstead slides under that tag, gets back into first base safely. Who do we have over there on first today, though? Can you tell? Okay. So we got Tucker and Tucker playing catch between the pitchers now in first base. Here comes the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Baeza with a big whiff. I felt it all the way up here. It cooled me off. We've got this AC going, but that swing and miss delivered us a couple of degrees of coolness up here in the press box. Baeza back in the box. Here comes the pitch. Apparently that one's a little low too. From up here we've seen about 3-4 pitches that look real good, but I'm assuming they must be a little low. They look like they're right down the middle. So Tucker's back on the mound. He's ready. He's working quickly on the mound. We don't hardly have time to make any jokes or comments in between his pitches. There's another swing and a miss. Oh, he tipped that one off. So that'll be strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Baeza. So Baeza steps back into the batter's box. We've got Fieldstead over on first base, taking the big lead off. Tucker rocks, kicks, and here comes the pitch, and that was going to be outside. That's going to even up the count here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs, top of the first. Gal's first runner, the leadoff man, Fieldstead, sitting on first. He takes the big lead here, starting to lean towards second base. Here comes the pitch. That ball swung on and fouled off. Baeza trying to hang tough here. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's fouled a couple off. And really, we've got some celebrities in the press box with us here today. We've got Mason Caperton, as well as Lexi Dean up here. A couple of former Eunice Cardinal standouts. That pitch is going to be outside for ball number 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Tucker on the mound. Fieldstead on first. Baeza in the right-handed batter's box. Here comes the kick and the pitch, and that one is right down the middle. But apparently, once again, that must have been low or maybe slightly inside. Up here, it looked like a good pitch. It's a called ball. So that's 2 straight walks for the first 2 batters for these Gal Panthers. So now we've got runners at first and second, no outs. Number 9, Chance Tucker on the mound, the sophomore. Ariel Lopez comes into the right-handed batter's box for these Panthers. Got Colton Butts on deck. Tucker takes the sign. Here comes the kick and fire. That one's fouled right off the knuckles. Lopez fouls that ball back into the screen. That'll make it no balls, 1 strike, no out. I mentioned celebrities. There's none bigger than Heath Dean. He's up here in the box as well. If you want to talk Eunice Baseball, there's none better than Heath Dean. He can tell you all about it. Tucker back on the mound. He's working fast. Here comes the pitch. That was going to be inside for ball 1. That evens up the count at 1 apiece. Tucker swiping at that ball thrown back from the catcher. You can tell he is not happy with what's happening here so far. He kind of swipes at that one. Looks frustrated. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here comes the pitch from Tucker. That ball looked like it was right down the middle. It is. So strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Back to the right-handed batter's box. takes a look at second, rocks and fires. That ball's going to be slightly high, maybe a little outside for ball number one. One out here, early in the top of the first. Beautiful day in Eunice, New Mexico. Wind blowing slightly in from the left. That second pitch is going to be high and outside as well. So 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Colton Butts steps in. Coach Reynolds wants to visit with his young pitcher about this one. He's going to step out there to the mound, see if he can figure out what's going on. While we're talking about those, or while they're taking a little break here, we'll ask, how was track practice today? Hot, huh? Get a little running in over there on that turf where it's usually about 10, 15 degrees warmer than it is everywhere else. So Butts steps back in. Reynolds sprints back over down the third base line to his dugout. Here comes the pitch from Tucker. It kicks and fires. That ball's going to be high. That's 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Butts steps back into the left-handed batter's box. Tucker takes a look at Pierce and fires. That ball is going to be just outside for ball 4. We have now walked the first 3 batters, so the bases are loaded. Number 3, Colby Taylor, steps into the right-handed batter's box, the senior. Taylor, the right-hander, facing Tucker, the right-handed sophomore. Here comes the pitch, a swing and a miss for number 3, Colby Taylor. That's strike number 1. His jersey number 3. He's got 1 out here. Here comes the kick and the pitch. That ball's going to be outside. That's going to even up the count at 1-1. Bases are loaded. Number 6, Pilar Ramirez waiting in the on-deck circle. Tucker with the kick and the pitch. That ball's inside. It's going to be 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Tucker definitely showing some frustrations out there on the mound. He's not happy so far with his own performance. You can tell by the gestures he's making with his hands and head and glove. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Colby Taylor, the senior, steps back into the right-handed batter's box. Tucker takes a look at Pierce. Here comes the pitch. That ball looked like it hit Taylor. So that's going to send the first run across home plate, making it 1-0 in favor of Jow. The first 4 batters for these Panthers have reached on either a walk or a hit just by pitch. So Pilar Ramirez, number 6, the senior, steps into the right-handed batter's box. Tucker is still on the mound. Here comes the pitch, and that's going to hit Tucker. I'm sorry, that's going to hit Ramirez. So that's going to send another run across home plate. That makes it 2-0. The last 2 batters have been hit, forcing runs across home plate. Looks like Reynolds is still in his dugout over there. He's going to continue to let Tucker work through this. So number 10, Stanton Richards, steps up in the right-hand batter's box. Former Eunice Cardinal here, and he just almost gets hit. That ball gets past, rolls all the way back to the fence, but everybody's standing on their base. Tucker's still showing signs of frustration, punching on his glove and whatnot. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Richard at home plate, standing in the right-handed batter's box. Here comes the kick and the pitch. That ball is hit down the right field line. It is going to be a foul ball. Going to even it up. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Eunice trails 2-0 here early on the top of the first. Richard steps back into that right-handed batter's Tucker's pitch. That ball's right down the middle, swung on and missed. That'll make it 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Steve Richard, the former Cardinal. Daddy was a former Eunice Cardinal coach. Found out on job. Here comes the pitch. That ball swung on and hit right over toward Reynolds in the dugout. Reynolds snags it and fires it back over to the pitcher. Tucker takes the ball, gets back up on the mound. He's ready. Richard back in that right-handed batter's box. Here comes the pitch. That ball is fouled off again over there toward that home dugout. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Richard trying to hang on here. Tucker's trying to get his first strikeout of the day. Tucker takes a look in at Pierce. Pierce gives him the sign. Here comes the kick. Pitch. That ball's right down the middle. Ring him up, set him down, send him to the dugout. That'll be out number 2. Richards goes down, watch it. Tucker trying to keep his team safe here. Number 20, Eric Lopez, steps up to the plate. Tucker wastes no time. Here comes the kick and the pitch. That ball's going to be outside for ball number 1. Tucker's already ready to go again. Pierce gives him the sign. Lopez takes a swing at that one and misses. Make it 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here at the top of the first. Yow up early here, 2-0. Here comes the pitch. That ball's going to be just, he hits out in front of home plate a few feet. Butts fires that first pitch into the dirt. Dean stands there, takes a look at it for ball one. Butts, quick worker. He's back on the mound. Here comes the pitch. That ball's going to slide in there. Strike number one. Well, that's 1 ball, 1 strike. He's back in there. He's ready this time. Here comes the pitch from Butts. That ball from my angle looked like it was a good 6-8 inches outside, but the ball is a called strike. That's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dean turns around and eyeballs the umpire for a couple seconds. That ball's inside. It's even when you count it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here. First batter, bottom half of the first. Dean stretches his arms out, takes a couple of warm-up cuts, and he's ready to go. Butts is on the mound. He takes a look at his catcher. Here comes the kick and the delivery. That ball's fired inside. It hits Dean in the leg. That'll send Dean over to first base. Cal taking a page out of the Eunice Cardinal book. They're going to hit somebody, send them down to first base. Dean, he's pretty quick on the base paths there. He usually don't sit there very long. He's standing on first. That'll send Jorge Ontiveros, number 24, but number 1 in our hearts, out into the right-handed batter's box. Butts takes a look at Dean. Jorge Ontiveros smacks it deep towards center field. He had Colby Taylor running. Colby Taylor loses the ball. It hits off his glove. Dean turns around third and starts to go. And he's safe. Catcher dropped the ball. So Dean gets in, scores a run. Pretty good collision there at home plate. Looked like it might have shook Dean up just a little bit, but he's a tough little rascal. He's got some Jones Dean blood in him. Jorge Ontiveros safely into third. That makes it 2-1 in favor of the Dow Panthers. That'll bring Conacher Pierce to the plate. Conacher Pierce, the right-hander in there, he swings that one and he fouls that ball back into somebody's car. I don't know whose car he hit, but I'm sure it hit somebody's the direction it went. I just hope it wasn't a green truck. Or the silver Camaro. Yeah, any of you insurance companies looking for some sponsorship, we could get a lot of mention with all the foul balls that are hit in this baseball park right over in the parking lot. Here comes that next pitch, and it is swung on and drove to deep left center field. I would say that ball, you can kiss it goodbye. Conacher Pierce hits that ball out toward Toby Holland's little horse pins, and he takes the slow jog around. A 2-run shot for Pierce, the junior. That's going to put the Cardinals out in front 3-2 here. Great hit. As soon as that ball came off the bat, there was no doubt about it. It was headed out there to cow patty land. He probably did. He bats from both sides. So, looks like we have, is that Benton? Tucker. I don't know why I have a tough time with the Tuckers. So we've got Garrett Tucker, the cleanup man. He takes ball number 1 after the 2-run shot from Pierce. Tucker now in the box. The bases are clear. He's got no outs. Here comes the pitch. And that ball's going to slide down the outside corner for strike number 1. That evens up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs here in the bottom half of the first. Tucker's ready. Butts cocked back. Here's the pitch. That's driven out into right field, right down the line. If it stays, about 2 feet outside the foul line. The way that ball spun, if it hits inside, I don't know what kind of speed Tucker's got, but he was definitely running extra bases. So that's going to be strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. right center field. Taylor's on the run for it. He can't get to it. Tucker's headed to second already. He's going to turn and go for three. He's easily going to be into third. Jout gets the ball in. Tucker with a stand-up triple. So now young Tucker steps up to the plate with big Tucker on first, little Tucker at home in the right-handed batter's box. Little Tucker'd like to get some payback for a couple of those runs he gave up in the first. Here he is in the box, brother on third. The first pitch to Tucker, it's going to be inside and high. It'll be 1 ball, no strike. Still no outs here in the bottom half of the first. Butts takes a look at the catcher, gets the sign. Here comes the pitch. That ball is outside for ball 2. 2 balls, no strike. No out. 3-2 Cardinals. Butts on the mound for the Panthers. He fires that one right in there. That's going to be strike number 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike, no out. Tucker's back in the box ready to go. Butts takes a look at the catcher. Here comes the kick and the delivery. Tucker fouls that ball off straight back into the netting. That's going to make it 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tucker steps back into the box. The left-hander, Butts, ready with the pitch. Here comes the kick, and it hits Tucker. So that'll send Tucker down to first. We've now got runners at the corner for the Cardinals. First and third, number 10, Zeke Benton, steps up to the plate. Little Tucker, the pitcher, is going to have a pinch runner come in for him, or a substitute runner, whatever they call it nowadays. That'll be Jonathan Caballero. Caballero usually likes to run. I'd be real surprised if he's not standing on second after the first pitch. There he goes. Although he wasn't going to go until that ball hit the backstop. We've got runners at second and third. 1 ball as that first pitch sailed over the catcher's head back into the backstop. Zeke Benton at the plate. The junior. The left-handed pitcher, Butts, is on the mound. He gets the signal. Here comes the pitch. That ball's going to be outside. It's going to be 2 balls, no strike, no out. Eunice up 3-2, bottom half of the first. Benton back in the right-handed batter's box. Here comes the pitch, and it's going to be outside. That'll be 3 balls, no strike. The pitcher, Butts, when he got the ball back, turned and fired it over to third. The ball actually over there. Is that Jared Tucker? I don't know why that Tucker throws me off every time I try to say his name. All right, so that's going to be ball 4 for Benton. He's headed over to first. The base is loaded. Number 22, the junior, Marcus Cicero. Last time we was here was Mother's Day weekend, and we wished Marcus's mother and my former assistant coach, Sandra, a happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. All right, so Cicero steps into the box. Bases loaded, no out. Eunice up 3-2. The left-handed pitcher, Butts, rocks and fires, and he slams it right into Cicero. He's going to walk a run home after that hit pitch. Tucker. It almost looked like triangle. Almost looked like Tucker never even stepped on home plate. Now we've got the bases loaded. Eunice up 4-2. Gio Chacon, the junior, steps into the batter's box. The righty, facing the left-handed Butts. Here comes the pitcher. And that pitch is going to sail back into the backstop. It hit the backstop and fired right back up to the catcher. So that prevented the run from scoring. Eunice has got the bases loaded here. That's going to be 1 ball, no strikes, no out still. batter's box. Combs, you've been watching him. He's been umpiring a lot of youth baseball games over here for Little League Park. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside, but he swings and reaches for it, swings and misses. They'll make it 1 ball, 1 strike. And the family of Julius Woods making an appearance here. They're going to walk in and wave at a few people as they have a seat. And here comes the pitch. That ball sails inside for ball number 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Still no out. Cone steps back into the box. Here comes the pitch from the lefty butts. That ball's outside, but it's called a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No out. So here comes the pitch. That ball's about as outside as the last one, but this one's a ball. That's going to even the count up. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no out. To the umpire, Chio Chacon, the Little League umpire that is. The righty in the right-handed batter's box. Bases loaded here in the bottom of the first. Here comes the pitch. It's swung on and driven back toward the pitcher. He's going to get the first on this one. Everybody's going to be safe. 2 runs are going to score. Now everybody's going to advance on a overthrown ball coming into home. So Cicero slides into third, gets in there safely. So that's going to make it 6-2. 6-2 in favor of the Cardinals, who've now got runners at second and third. Sean Stinson steps up in the right-handed batter's box. Still no outs. So Butts has been struggling here. Eunice up 6-2, bottom half of the first. Stinson at the plate. Runners on second and third. Cicero was about a third of the way down the baseline that time when the ball hit the catcher's glove. Billy Hobbs, Mayor, decides to make an appearance. He's got him to get his Cardinal mask on, making sure that we all stay safe and don't get any COVID during. 3 balls already to Stinson. Stinson back in the box. The left-handed butt. Cocks and fires. That ball's in the ground. That's going to be ball 4. Bases are now loaded. That's going to bring Heath Dean, son of Heath Dean, to the plate. Hayden Dean. Well, Hayden, the senior, steps back into the bag, or into the plate. He just almost takes that one in the ribs. It's going to be inside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. No outs still here. Eunice up 6-2. Dean's ready. That one there almost hits Dean in the shin. They almost got him in the ribs. He was hit the first time by a pitch. He almost took the first pitch here in the ribs, and then he almost got that one in the shin. Dean may need a rib protector and some shin guards. And here comes the next pitch to Butts. That ball's right down the middle for strike number 1. Seemed like Dean was taken all the way on that one. He was probably just going to make Butts throw him some strikes, but actually did throw him a strike. That's 2-1. Here comes the pitch. That ball's out there on that outside corner as well. So that's 2 balls, 2 strikes, no out. Still bottom 2 balls. Base on balls due to hit by pitch. take a walk out there to speak to Butts about it. He said, there's no buts about it. You got to quit hitting people and walking people. So Eunice now up 7-2. Colton Butts, the senior from Jow, hit twice. Give up a home run here in this bottom half of the first. Here we are with the pitch. We've got Jorge Ontiveros. His favorite statement is his number 24 on the field is number 1 in our heart. He'll hit it over right here. He'll be number 1 in our heart. He hits that one foul down the first baseline. That'll be 1 ball, 1 strike, no out. Butts hits a look down here at the catcher. Catcher gives him the sign. Here comes the pitch to Ontiveros. Ontiveros fouls that ball right back up on top of our heads. It didn't hit us, but somebody behind us probably has a lump on their noggin. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs here to Ontiveros. The number 2 hitter for the Cardinals today. Bases are loaded. Here comes the pitch. It's driven high into the air just above the catcher. The catcher makes that catch. So that'll send Ontiveros back to the dugout. Flies out to the catcher. And that'll bring Conacher Pierce back up here into the right-handed batter's box. Pierce, earlier this inning, knocked one over the left center field fence, and it landed out there in the cow patty. I'm pretty sure it went way out there. Pierce steps back into the box. The left-hander Butts fires. And Gio Chacon gets caught in a run down here on that third base line. He's safely back into third after a ball is fired over. All right, I'm going to make some adjustments here on my mic. I'm being told it's real low, so I'll adjust it. Some of those people out there probably don't want to listen to me very much anyway. So that's 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Well, I've got other people messaging me, telling me turn volumes up and down. Did she? Okay. I'll if you guys are hearing me out there on the live feed, let me know, because I just literally minutes ago had a response saying that my mic's not low, but it was real quiet. And now I had someone walk in and tell me from school saying that they're only getting static. So on our end, it sounds good. Yeah, it doesn't sound good there. I'm all about it. So, no, not at all. I don't know anything that I can do. All right, so we are at 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here. Pierce in the right-handed batter's box. That's my headsets. So that's going to run across home plate. Pierce walks over to first. Base is still loaded. Tucker will come to the plate. We have Sammy Monsalve headed over to first. It's going to be a base runner for Conacher Pierce. Number 19, Tucker, steps up to home plate, the right-hander. Really? So I adjusted, I turned my input up. We'll see if that helps any. Some of this thing sometimes I'm not real sure about. I'm definitely not an IT man, that is for sure. All right, so strike 1 here. That second pitch He's going to bounce off the shin guard. Eunice is going to score there. 14, Sean Stinson slides in looking like Pete Rose, who will be in the Hall of Fame as he slides across home plate. That'll score another run for the Cardinals, makes it 9-2. We will try to work out some technical difficulties in between innings if we get the opportunity. So Tucker still at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. That ball's going to be high and outside. Eunice now has runners at second and third. That's 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. That ball's in the, I want to say in the dirt, but that's not dirt. That's in that, whatever that brown stuff is there on the ground. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Tucker steps back in. Butts takes a look at the catcher, kicks and fires. That ball's going to be outside. So that'll send Butts down to first. That now loads the bases. So now the pitcher, Chance Tucker, steps back up to home plate. The right-handed batter. Bases are loaded again. Might have been the longest first inning so far that I can ever remember. There's a drive into deep left center field. It's over the, it's going to fall in there. That's going to score 1. Now another one's going to score after the, looked like a misplayed ball out there. So they're going to score 2. Tucker's going to advance to second. We've also got a runner on third. They're going to send in a runner for Tucker. That'll be Jonathan Caballero. Reynolds gives him the signal, and he comes in and runs out to second base. We've got a guest appearance here by Don Jones and family, the former school board member / county commissioner. Takes a seat out here in front of us. So runners at second and third. Eunice up 11-2. That ball's driven over toward the shortstop. He plays it over to first base, but that throw was not in time. So number 10, Zeke Benton, gets down to first safely. So now we've got runners at the corners. Number 22, Marcus Tercero, steps up to the plate. It's 2-12. Marcus Tercero, the junior, steps into the right-handed batter's box. Runners at the corners. Still only 1 out here. Mason Caperton headed off to do some weightlifting. Said he's going to go get a pump in. I thought maybe he's going to give somebody a ride on his bicycle. That's what we used to call that, was a pump, when we put somebody on the back. And all right, so that ball's driven right up over second base. That's going to get in. Tercero is going to knock that into center field, so he's going to score 2 runs on that one. Tercero's down to first. 2-run score. Double RBI for Tercero on the hit right back over second base. That's going to make it 14-2. Still only 1 out. Gio Chacon steps up to the plate, the Little League umpire. He steps into the right-handed batter's box. The left-hander, Butts, still on the mound. Butts pump fakes over to first. Gets the defender in the air. Who's safely back into first. That's Tercero. And here comes the pitch. That ball's high for ball 1. Chacon back in the box. Butts takes a look at the catcher. Gets the sign. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. That ball's going to be outside for ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Eunice up 14-2. We're still in the first inning, and we've only got 1 out here in this bottom half of the first. Tercero taking a lead. Here comes the pitch. It is fouled high and right down over onto the netting above the first base dugout. So it's 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Chacon, the batter, facing Colton Butts, the pitcher for the Jow Panthers. Chacon steps back into the box. Butts steps onto the mound, takes a look at his catcher, likes what he sees. Here comes the kick and the delivery. That ball's into the brown, rubbery, grassy-looking stuff out in front of home plate. That's 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Chacon back into the right-handed batter's box. Butts is ready again. Here comes the kick and the delivery. That ball's driven toward third base. Third baseman can't come up with it. So that's going to advance the runners. We'll now have runners at first and second. Number 14, Sean Stinson, the right-hander from Junior, steps up to home plate. He's got runners at first and second. Only 1 out. Eunice up 14-2 here in the bottom half of the first. Butts kicks and fires. Stinson lines that ball right over the top of Drew Reynolds. Drew Reynolds is getting as old as me because he graduated the same year. He never even flinched. It just flew right over the top of his head. I was scared for him, but he wasn't scared. That makes it no balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Stinson ready again. He steps into the box. Colton Butts takes a look at his catcher. He rocks and fires, and that ball's fouled off the fingers and knuckles of Stinson. Back into the netting right behind home plate. So that makes it 4-2. One of the first times today that Colton Butts has been ahead of a batter. 2 strikes, 1 out. That will be the first ball of this at bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Stinson steps in. He's ready. Here comes the pitch from Butts. That ball's driven deep into left field. I say deep. It ain't very deep, but it lands. It gets there. That's going to advance the runners. So we've got runners now on all the bases. The bases are loaded. Once again, for the 3rd time this inning, Hayden Dean's going to step up to the box, or step up to the plate. He's been hit twice. He's been narrowly missed about 5 times. Seems to be a magnet somewhere around his rib cage with this baseball. And there it is again. He gets hit right in the same spot again. I told you there's a magnet. So that sends Dean over to first and walks another run home. Dean 3 up, 3 dongs, and he's headed over to first again. Just keeps getting hit. Man, I don't even know what to say about that. Every time he walks up there, I mean, like I said, they probably missed him at least 3 or 4 times where it's hit his shirt. He's on first again. So it's 15-2, bases loaded. Number 24. Jorge Ontiveros, who's number 1 in our hearts, steps back up to the plate. 1 out. Jorge, the junior, had a heck of a basketball season this year. He pop flies that one right over toward the the shortstop, who makes the catch for out number 2. So Jorge, his last 2 at bats have been pop outs in the infield in this inning. So Pierce steps up to the plate. This time he's going to jump around, and he's going to be a lefty, a left-handed batter this time. First faces the left-handed pitcher. Pierce swings and misses at pitch number 1. I'm definitely far from a baseball professional, but I was thinking it was usually better to be the opposite, but maybe I'm crazy. He drives that ball out into the outfield. Nice left-handed hit there by Pierce. So he's definitely one up on me there because maybe his left-handed batting was a good idea. So he's going to score 2. That's going to make it 17-2 in favor of the Cardinals here. We're still in the bottom of the first. I thought we were going to get a pinch runner for Pierce, but apparently not. He ran about halfway back to the dugout and then turned around and headed back over to first. So we've got Pierce at first, we've got Dean at third, and we've got Tucker up the right-handed batter's box. He drives that ball way high. It's in foul territory, and the catcher didn't make a play on it, so it landed on the turf. 17-2. Eunice in the lead here early in the first inning. Oh, it's been an interesting inning, huh? Maybe the longest inning of baseball I've ever seen in my life. So Butts is back on the mound. Here comes the pitch to Tucker. Tucker lines that ball right toward the shortstop. Short hop, he was able to pick it up, and he gets it over to second base for the force out on Pierce. So, at the end of 1, Eunice 17, Jow Panthers 2. We will take a break to listen from our sponsors. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eunice Cardinal Baseball Stadium here in Eunice, New Mexico, as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Jow Panthers. We just had a first inning that I don't have a clock in front of me, but I'm assuming it lasted about an hour. Yeah, pretty close, about 50 minutes for just that first inning. So quite an inning there. Eunice up 17-2. And here we are, ready to start the second. So not sure what happened over there, but there's some discussion going on. The batter was in the box already. That's going to be number 7. Is that correct? Trent Butts. So I'm assuming that's the brother or kinfolk of Colton Butts, who's been pitching. There's some sort of discussion going on between the, they don't have a coach over on the third base line, so I guess they're waiting on him to get in. We're also trying to adjust some of our IT stuff here. Maybe we can get a little bit better sound. We are always on a delay, so when we're doing these broadcasts, it's about 2 or 3 minutes behind us. So when you call and say fix something or whatever, it's 2 or 3 minutes before we can know whether or not anything we did to adjust anything worked. That first pitch is going to be low and outside for ball number 1. So Butts is in the right-handed batter's box. We've still got Tucker on the hill. First pitch is a ball. That second pitch is driven toward the center fielder. Center fielder easily makes that catch. Gio Chacon out there in center field makes a good play on that ball. It was right where he needed to be, and one out here early in the second. Number 5, Trenton Fieldstead, his backup. He, if I recall correctly, he got hit or walked on that during that first inning. So he's back to the plate, the right-handed hitter facing Tucker. That first pitch is in there for strike number 1. So no balls, 1 strike. Second batter here in inning number 2. Tucker on the mound. He rocks, kicks, and fires. That's a big breaking ball. That's probably the best breaking ball that I've seen from Tucker so far this game. He swung and missed at that one, so that's going to be no balls, 2 strikes. Tucker back and ready. He's a quick worker out there on the mound. Here comes the pitch. That ball's going to be outside for ball number 1. So Trenton Fieldstead, the senior for these Jow Panthers, he steps back in the right-handed batter's box. Tucker, the sophomore, on the mound. He rocks and fires. He throws another big breaking ball. But that ball breaks all the way over toward Andrew somewhere because it wasn't anywhere close to home plate. It's going to make it 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Eunice up 17-2 here in the top of the second. Here comes the pitch. That ball's inside for ball number 3. So that's going to make the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. So 3-2-1. Tucker back on the mound. And that full windup. Here comes the pitch, and it is outside. So that'll send Fieldstead over to first, which is much the way this game started. So Fieldstead stands on first. Baeza steps up to home plate, the right-handed batter for these Panthers, the senior as well. Fieldstead on first, Baeza at the plate. He takes that first pitch for strike number 1. That's a good-looking pitch right there by Tucker. He's thrown some real good-looking pitches today, and that was definitely one of them. So Tucker takes a look at Pierce. He likes the sign. He's ready. Here comes the fire. He throws that one into the dirt, or brown fake grass. That ball gets away from him, and that advances the runner Fieldstead over to second. So now we've got 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Baeza's up. Fieldstead on second, takes a big lead. Here comes the pitch, and that ball almost hits the batter, which is Baeza. It's way inside. Baeza looked like he was Keanu Reeves. So here comes the pitch. That ball's fouled up down the out of bounds or right field foul line, and it is out of here. So that foul ball makes it 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Eunice up 17-2. Jow has a runner on second. That's Fieldstead. Jesse Baeza, the senior, at the plate. Tucker takes a look at the sign by Pierce, and here comes the pitch. That ball's going to be outside and low again. So Tucker steps back up on the mound. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. That ball swung on and missed. That'll send Baeza over to the dugout for a glass of water. That's 2 outs here for these Cardinals. Tucker looking much more relaxed this inning. Probably a little relaxing when you're up 17-2. So that ball's driven into left field. Left fielder picks it up, gets it in quickly, so that'll put runners at the corners. That was number 2, Ariel Lopez. He stepped into the box, and before I could even introduce him, as I was looking at him on the roster, he had already taken his first pitch. Tucker, he's a quick worker, so he didn't give me much time to say anything before that ball was driven out into left field. So runners at the corners for the Panthers. Tucker's already back on the mound. The left-hander, Butts, steps up into the left-handed batter's box. Here comes the pitch. That pitch is slightly outside for ball number 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs here. Top of the second. Runners at the corners. I'm expecting the guy on first to go, but he didn't. That at least tells you that they respect the arm of our catcher, who I just noticed is not Pierce anymore. That is Monsalve, so they've made a change at the catching position in between innings. So Tucker's ready. Here comes the pitch. That ball's going to be outside for ball number 3. So that's 3 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Number 13, the pitcher, Colton Butts for these Panthers, the left-hander. He steps back into that left-handed batter's box. Ahead in this count, 3-0. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside for ball 4. That will load the bases. So Colby Taylor, the senior for these Jow Panthers, steps into the right-handed batter's box. He's the number 5 batter typically for these Panthers. He's in the batter's box, the right-hander. Bases loaded, no outs. That ball swung on and hit over to Jorge Ontiveros. Ontiveros swings his glove around, tries to make a tag on a runner coming by him. He misses him, and after he swung and missed at him, then he tries to gun it over to first, but it was not in time. So that's going to score a run for the Panthers, as well as keep these bases loaded. So Taylor with the RBI. That's number 6 that's up there now, Pilar Ramirez. He's a senior as well. A lot of seniors on this Jow Panther baseball team. Ramirez takes a big cut at that first pitch. So that's going to be 0-1. He takes a big cut at the second pitch for 0-2. So no balls, 2 strikes. I thought we had an out. Do we have an out? Oh, we have 2 outs. So 2 outs. That pitch gets away from him, goes all the way back to the backstop. However, the catcher, Sammy Monsalve, showing some of his defensive line skills there. He jumps up, runs back, gets that ball back up to home plate to keep a runner from scoring. So it's 0-2. Here comes the wind-up and the pitch. That's a big breaking ball. Monsalve does a really good job of jumping up and getting that ball in the chest to keep it from going to the backstop, because the base runner that time was ready to come on home. So here comes the wind-up and the pitch. That ball's fouled right back at me. It looked like 3D. I thought I was going to take it right between the eyes, and luckily that netting is there and some glass here, so it didn't get me, but I thought it got me. It definitely had me moving and bobbing and weaving. Felt like Muhammad Ali for a minute there. So 1-2, here comes the pitch. That ball's right down the middle for strike number 3. That'll get the Cards out of the inning. So at the end of 2, Eunice leads 17-3. We'll send it over to our sponsors for a word from them. You're listening to Eunice Cardinal Baseball on the Noel Mark Broadcasting Network.
Proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physical, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Parker Energy, family-owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. County Athletics. Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eunice, New Mexico, where the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Jal Panthers here in a district baseball game. Got a doubleheader this afternoon. This first game right now, Eunice is up 17-3. For whatever reason, we're getting some feedback on our programming today, and it's creating a lot of static. We don't know why. We've adjusted things. We've messed with it. Not sure exactly why. But with that said, we'll keep bringing you this broadcast and do as best we can. We've got number 9, Chance Tucker, the pitcher, up the plate for these Cardinals. He takes that first pitch into the dirt out in front of home plate for ball number 1. So we've got ball 1 here for Tucker. Colton Butts remains on the mound for the Panthers. Tucker's back in the box. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. That pitch catches the outside corner for strike number 1. So that's going to make it 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs. Here comes the pitch. That ball swung on and drove toward the left fielder. It's going to land in front of him. So number 9, Chance Tucker, the pitcher, helping his own cause. He gets a single out to left field. Left fielder out there for the Panthers did a good job of staying in front of that pitch, or in front of that ball, because that could have very easily got past him and been multiple bases for young Tucker. So number 10, Zeke Benton, the junior, will step up to the plate with Tucker on first. I figured they'd send a runner over for him, but they did not. Just because he's pitching, they typically do, but they didn't in this case. That ball was a breaking ball thrown by Butts. Benton took a big swing at it, fouled it back right over our heads. So Eunice up 17-3. Looks like there's some sort of discussion again going on over here with our warm-up batter. So the third pitch comes in there for ball number 1. Is that 1 ball, 1 strike? Is that right? Okay, so 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. Bottom half of the second. Eunice up 17-3. Butts on the mound, the lefty. He fires that ball in. That ball's hit right sharp down the third base line. The third baseman makes a heck of a grab on it, fires it over, and they're going to say that they got him at first as well. It looked like Benton slowed down, headed to first. They called him out. I think he thought he was there, and so he eased up, and Jal turned 2 on that. So that's a good play there by Jal. Benton was there. He was there in plenty of time, but he slowed up his last step or 2. I don't think he thought they were going to throw it over. If they was, he didn't think they had the arm that they did. So they fired him out. That's a double play for the Panthers. So that'll ring up 2 outs. Number 11, Sebastian Rico for the Cardinals, steps up to home plate. He drives that ball right over second base for a hit for Rico, the senior, Sebastian Rico. So he reaches first after driving the ball into center field right over second base. That'll put a runner on first again for the Cardinals. Number 2, Gio Chacon, steps up, the right-handed hitter. I mentioned earlier his family's running the Eunice Little League baseball program this year, so he's always umpiring games. So he takes a big hack there for strike number 1. So no balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, runner at first. Sebastian Rico over there at first. Chacon fouls that ball off. So that's going to make the count 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Chacon steps back into the box. He's down 0-2 in the count here. That ball's going to be high and outside. So that'll be ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 17-3, bottom half of the second. Chacon steps back in. He's ready. Butts steps off the mound. He stepped off the mound and pump faked over to first, in my basketball terminology again. Gets the base runner back. Jumps back on the mound and fires that ball low inside on Chacon. So that'll make it 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom half of the second. Chacon, Gio Chacon, the junior. Chacon hits that ball toward the shortstop. Shortstop picks it up, makes a good play. Here comes the throw, and he got him. That's twice where I saw kind of a funny step the last couple steps by the runner there at first base. But it cost him right there. So that he goes down. That's the 3rd out of the inning. So the first inning was a forever inning, and that inning went pretty quick. Eunice does not pick up any runs in that inning. So after scoring 17 in the first, they are held scoreless there in the second. So it's 17-3. We'll jump over to hear a word from our sponsors.
Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Are you looking for a reliable and trustworthy auto shop? Check out Dia Auto Shop in Eunice. Dia Auto Shop specializes in lube and tires and accessories. They accept fleet company maintenance cards and do washing and detailing. Next time you need a dependable tire or lube service for your vehicle, Dia Auto Shop has you covered. All the services you need, call 394-0298 for all your lube, tire, and accessories. That's 394-0298. Dia Auto Shop, 1800 Main Street in Eunice. Proud supporters of the Eunice Cardinals and Lady Cardinals.
Eunice Public School.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eunice, New Mexico, where your Eunice Cardinals are facing the Jal Panthers here in the district baseball game. We've got a doubleheader today, and we are starting inning number 3. Stanton Richards steps up to the plate for the Panthers. He takes a whiff at the first pitch, so he's behind 0-1 here. Looks like we've still got Tucker on the mound for these Eunice Cardinals. So he throws a big breaking ball in there for ball number 2. So that's going to, ball number 1 is pitch number 2. So that's going to make it 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs here early in the 3rd inning. Richard back in the box. Tucker rocks and fires. That ball's outside for ball 2. So that'll make it 2 balls, 1 strike to Stanton Richard. Got number 20, Eric Lopez, over warming up in the on-deck circle. Richards back in the box. He's ready. Here comes the pitch from Tucker. That ball breaks across the plate. Richard takes a hack at it for strike 2. That'll be 2 balls, 2 strikes to Richard. I believe Richard's a junior. Isn't that correct, though? Yeah. This job team is loaded with juniors and seniors. Richard swings and misses at that pitch. He'll head to the dugout with a strikeout. So that'll be 1 out for the Panthers here in the top of the 3rd. The scoring melee seems to have slowed down slightly. Eric Lopez, a sophomore. I think that's the first sophomore I've mentioned for these Panthers. Steps into the right-handed batter's box. Number 7, Trent Butts, is on deck. There goes the pitch in that corner there for strike number 1. So no balls, 1 strike to number 20, Lopez. Lopez backs in the box. Tucker rocks and fires, and he throws that ball just a bit outside. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Top of the 3rd, Eunice up 17-3. Tucker on the mound. He rocks and fires. That ball's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. Lopez took a big hack at it but missed it. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. He likes the sign. Here comes the pitch. That ball swung on, driven over to Ontiveros. Kind of takes a bad skip. Ontiveros plays it well and fires it across over to number 5, which is Julius Woods, who's moved on to first base for the out. So that was a heck of a play there by Ontiveros for the 5-3 out. That makes 2 outs here in the top of the 3rd. The other Butts steps up into the right-handed batter's box. Number 5, Trenton Fieldstead, on deck. There's that big breaking ball that we've talked about, and it breaks across that corner. Trenton Butts did not like that call, but I thought it looked like a pretty good pitch from my angle. So that's strike number 1. He pops that second pitch up. The shortstop and center fielder are both coming for it. Gio Chacon, the center fielder, calls off the shortstop. He steps up, makes a great catch. That's 3 outs. That'll set down the Panthers or send them back out into the field. The Cardinals hustle off the field. Let's hear a word from our sponsors that make this possible.
We're just proud of their Eunice Cardinals, the Eunice community, and the staff of Eunice Schools. Eunice Public Schools has anchored itself as an integral part of the Eunice community and takes school safety very seriously. Eunice Schools have continually provided a quality education for the students of Eunice through good times and bad. The Eunice School District appreciates the Eunice community, and they're proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Eunice is on the move. Are you ready?
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Eunice has a friendly, small-town atmosphere, great schools, churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles do office hours from Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Are you looking for a reliable and trustworthy?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eunice, New Mexico, where your Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Jow Panthers here in the district game here. We've got a doubleheader scheduled for today. We've still got a little bit of a screech noise, kind of that sandy, fuzzy noise that's going on with our broadcast, and we're not real sure why. It sounds good here on our end, but when we listen to it on the playback, it does sound a little off. So we're trying our best to make some adjustments as we go without cutting everything off and resetting things. Maybe between the games here, as we've got a doubleheader, we'll try to make some adjustments. So as we get ready to start the bottom of the 3rd, Butts still on the mound for these Panthers. He throws ball number 1 there to Sean Stinson, the junior, who's the first batter of the inning for these Cardinals. So Stinson, the right-hander, steps into the box, and he takes 2 pitches here, 1 inside, 1 outside. So it's 2 balls, no strikes here in the bottom of the 3rd. What's Stinson doing his first at bat? Oh, first and second, or however many bats he's had.
First and second, he ran home.
Ran home.
Yeah.
Does it show how he hit or anything? No?
I think on the first one he walked.
Okay. So Stinson ahead here. 3 balls, no strikes. Left-hander, but it's on the mound for the Panthers. He kicks and fires. That ball's going to be high and outside, so that'll send Stinson. Stinson's got some wheels. He's headed over to first. Number 4, Jonathan Caballero, son of Rosendo, the school board member, brother of Kendra, the pole vaulter / track / little bit of everything person. So Rosendo takes ball number 1. I'm sorry, little Rosendo. That's Jonathan. Takes ball number 1. I've already called Hayden Heath today, and now I've called Jonathan Rosendo. So I'm doing all the good. I'm getting their daddy some airtime here. They're reliving their youth through their kiddos. All right, so he takes that one for ball number 2. So 2 balls, no strikes, no outs. Stinson standing over on first starts to lead off here. Caballero ready. That ball's outside. That makes it 3 balls. Looked like he kind of the ump kind of threw some sort of signal. Almost like he was trying to call that a strike. I don't think he called it a strike, but he stuck his finger out to the side like they do sometimes. I'm hoping he was saying that ball was outside. No, he's not. He called that a strike. So that's 2 balls, 1 strike. Caballero is usually not much of a talker, but I saw him instantly turn around and start talking to the umpire, and the umpire and him were having a back and forth. And I'm sure Caballero was questioning why that ball was called a strike, because I can tell you from my angle it didn't even look close. But 2 balls, 1 strike. Runner at first. Here early in the bottom half of the 3rd. That ball is back to the backstop. So Caballero, I guess, earns a walk. I had my balls and strikes off. So we've got runners at first and second. Jal's coach takes a trip out here to the mound. He wants to talk about it a little bit. 17-3 here in the bottom half of the 3rd.
Oh, we're at it. I just got an update. This was a while back, but the girls are up 13-0 in the 3rd.
Wow. So the Eunice Cardinals up 13-0 over the Jal Panthers in that softball game going on right now in Jal. Maribel Lopez typically doing the pitching for the Cardinals this year. I hope we don't wear her out before we get to the end of the season, but she's done a good job. So number 24, Jorge Ontiveros steps up to the plate. He fouls that first pitch down the third base line. It is a foul ball for strike number 1. Jorge has flew out his last couple of at-bats in the infield. He's typically our number 2 batter. Number 24, the junior, Jorge Ontiveros, cousin of Obi Ontiveros, sitting beside me, and he gets hit by a pitch, so that'll load the bases as Jorge sprints over to first base. That'll bring Sammy Monsalve to the plate. He's got a pink bat. Any man that has a pink bat is scary, and he has got one, so he's scary. Johnny Estrada, the coach for the Jal Panthers, it looks like he's going to make a pitching change here. Eunice up 17-3, bottom half of the 3rd. So, Jal's bringing in a different pitcher. I can't tell. I can't see. My eyes don't work that good. I think that's Luis Orozco, number 8. So Orozco is going to come onto the mound to take some warm-up pitches. Is it? Great. they have in Max Prep. So you've got over there a different number 8, Diaz, but no last name, huh? Yeah, we don't have a last name. C. Diaz. Okay. So the roster in Max Preps doesn't even include a Diaz, but as most coaches seem to not do lately is let's keep up with their Max Preps rosters, which is what they tell us to use for identifying folks. I don't even have a Diaz, but on this lineup sheet that Mr. Dean brought me, they've got a C. Diaz as number 8. So we'll say C. Diaz is stepping up onto the mound. All right, so I still trying to take a look at these connections and figure out what's going on. I've got a message here from the Eunice principal saying that she thinks it might be due to a dirty connection in the press box. For us, we're not even using the connections with the press box. We're going through our router, but we'll definitely take a look at it. So here we are. We got a new pitcher. We've got Mr. Diaz on the mound for the Panthers. Sammy Monsalve steps into the box, and he takes strike number 1. So Diaz on the mound, Monsalve at the plate. 0-1 is the count. No outs here. Bottom half of the third. Bases are loaded. Diaz with the wind-up and the pitch, and that ball is fouled back right over here toward me again. I started to try to catch it. You know, when I was a kid, they had the chain link everywhere, and you could kind of see it. I guess it kind of blocked your view a little bit, so that stuff didn't bother you quite as bad. But this netting, when they foul those balls back, it looks like that ball's coming to see you, and it makes me dance every time. So he's behind in the count, 2-0, and man, I don't know what that one. That was an interesting-looking pitch. If you've ever watched slow pitch softball, when that ball came out of his hand, I don't know if it slipped out or what, but it literally had an arc on it like slow pitch softball. It was ball number 1. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. I think that's some sort of breaking ball that he's throwing there, but man, it is a strange looking pitch. He just threw it again. That one wasn't quite as arched as the first one. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Eunice up 17-3. Monsalve with the pink bat in the right-handed batter's box. And there's that pitch again. I guess that's just an interesting breaking ball that he's throwing. It's a full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Bottom of the third. Pink bat and all, Monsalve's ready. Here comes the pitch. That ball's driven high and foul right up above us. It's a good thing for netting. That ball's going to get hung up in the netting and set there a while. That's supposed to be what that funny looking little sock is for, but I don't think it's going to work for that ball. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. The ball is hung up in the netting up here above our heads. Looks kind of interesting. Monsalve back in the box. Diaz, number 8, on the mound for the Panthers. And that ball's way inside, and I guess that's going to be ball number 4. I don't think it hit him. I think he just walked. So he's headed over to first base. That'll walk home a run. Number 14, Stinson. Our air conditioner here in the box is acting kind of like our broadcast equipment. It's staticky or something, because I'm not feeling that cold breeze. It felt like it's coming from Antarctica like it was in here. It was nice. So, Jules Woods, the Julester, steps up to the box, steps up to the plate. He takes ball number 1 from Diaz, the pitcher. So 1 ball, no strikes, no outs. 18-3 in favor of your Eunice Cardinals here. Jules, he's ready. Here comes the pitch from Diaz. That ball's going to break across that outside corner. That was a pretty good-looking pitch there from Diaz. It was breaking out there. It looked like it caught the corner. bringing out some kind of apparatus to try to get that ball out of the netting. Very interesting. That ball's driven down the right field baseline. It is going to be foul, though. So Julius Woods drives that one foul and for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hayden Dean has got that interesting apparatus. He's trying to make a play on that ball up there in the netting. They're trying to get it out. I'm not exactly sure what kind of apparatus that is, but it's interesting. So here comes the pitch from Diaz. He throws that crazy-looking pitch again. I guess he does that on purpose. I thought that was an accident the first time I saw it, but that is a strange-looking pitch there from Diaz. It's some kind of big breaking ball that he's trying to throw that's real slow, and it looks like an underhand softball. I mean, he throws it overhanded, but it goes high and then comes back down. It is a strange-looking pitch for sure. So, anyway, we've got full count here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Hayden Dean's able to get that ball out of the net that was hanging up there above us with some sort of big metal stick with a hook on the end of it. Yeah, it might have. Kind of looked like one of those gaffle hooks that they use in the ocean when they're catching big fish and trying to drag them up in the boat. But anyway, here comes the pitch. That ball's driven foul and almost takes off Tucker's noggin. Tucker was dancing. Jules and Tucker are talking back and forth. So Julius Woods is ready. He's going to step back into the box. Diaz, and I wish we had a full name, but Jal does not have their roster updated in Max Preps, and there went that crazy pitch again. That's going to be ball 4, and that's going to send home a runner. I am not sure. I just can't quite grasp. I'm definitely, I've never claimed to be a baseball professional. I just can't quite figure out what that crazy pitch is that he throws every now and then. And it looks like it's on purpose, but it is a weird-looking pitch. It's some kind of strange. It almost looks like an underhanded softball, like slow pitch softball pitch. And he throws it every now and then. It's a strange-looking thing. So here we go. We've got Tucker back to the plate. Chance Tucker, the pitcher for these Cardinals, is on the mound. I'm sorry, he's at the plate. Diaz is on the mound for the Panthers. Here comes the pitch. That ball's in the dirt for ball number 2. So 2 balls, no strikes, no outs. Eunice up 19-3. There's no outs here. We're in the bottom half of the 3rd. Diaz on the mound. All I know is it is C. Diaz. That's all that it says on this little sheet. That ball's called strike. Tucker didn't like the call. Diaz walks back out. He's on the mound. He takes a look inside at his catcher. His catcher gives him the sign. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. That ball's a breaking ball that Tucker drives down the left field line, and it is foul. So that's going to even up the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Eunice up 19-3, bottom half of the 3rd. Tucker steps back in the box. Diaz on the mound. Bases are loaded. Here comes the pitch. That ball is in the dirt. That's going to make it 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Eunice up 19-3. Tucker, this is Little Tucker and Big Tucker, we'll call him. Little Tucker steps back into the box. The right-hander, the sophomore, and he's our pitcher today. He's ready. Here comes the pitch from Diaz, and it's that weird pitch again. It's some kind of breaking ball that he's throwing, but when it comes out of his hand, it's a very slow, almost arced breaking ball. It is strange looking from where we're sitting. That is a strange looking pitch. So that walks in a run. That makes it 20-3. Zeke Benton steps up. Man, I have seen some strange stuff today, but that one right there was extremely strange. Diaz was in the middle of his windup, and as he started to deliver the ball, I don't know if he did that on purpose, if he slipped, I'm not sure, but he fell off the mound, and there was no pitch. So, what in the world was that? Every time I think I've seen all the strange things I can see in an inning, I see something else. So, that time, Monsalve was leading off. I don't know if he must have been daydreaming. Diaz turned and threw it fairly soft over to third base. The third baseman caught it, and after he caught it, then Monsalve decided to dive back. And, I mean, it was like the third baseman was standing there on third with the ball in his glove before Monsalve even dove back to the base. And even when he dove, I don't think he made it back to the base. So the third baseman just tagged him for out number one. So Eunice now with runners up first and second. We've got one strike here to number 10, Zeke Benton, who takes and drives that ball down the third base line, but it is a foul ball. So that's no balls, 2 strikes. We've got 1 out here. Bottom of the third. Eunice leads 20-3. Strange things happening here in Uniceville today. So Benton back in the box. Diaz on the mound. He kicks and fires. And there comes that pitch again. I'm not sure about that. I just can't. I don't know what that is.
It's not like it's working when he keeps throwing it over.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that is. It looks like an underhanded. It's a curveball of some sort, huh? So I'm confused up here. But anyway, there's 1 ball, 2 strikes. We've got another ball up in the netting. That ball falls off the netting, so Hayden Dean won't have to come over with his fish gaffle and swing from the net to get that one out because it falls off. Zeke Benton, 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's at the plate, the righty, in the right-handed batter's box. C. Diaz is the only name that I know, and that's because it's handwritten on a piece of paper here for me, the pitcher for the Panthers. That ball's driven into left field. So that's a good single there from Benton. That'll load the bases. Oh my goodness, okay, so we're doing this on purpose. That's what's happening, I think. That had to be on purpose, huh? Okay, yeah. All right, so we're taking some outs on purpose is what's happening here. And that's why I was confused. I was looking around like that couldn't have been an accident while ago on third base, because that time they threw the ball into third. We were a couple steps off of third, and we just stood there and let them tag us. So I think what's happened is we're trying to get this game over with. So Eunice is now up 20-3, 2 outs here. And we take ball 1. Who's up?
Sebastian Rico.
Okay, Sebastian Rico, I believe is a senior. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the senior, Sebastian Rico, he takes ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Eunice up 20-3. Seems like we're trying to have some mercy on the Panthers here at this point. I'm fairly certain that's what I'm watching. I'm either watching that or some strange events happening. I think it's a mixture of both. So he fouls that pitch off for strike number 1. That's 2 balls, 1 strike. We've got 2 outs here. Rico, the left-hander, he's in this left-handed batter's box. Diaz on the mound, number 8 for these Jow Panthers. He rocks and fires. Here's the pitch. That ball's driven right down the left field line, and it is going to be a foul ball. That would have scored multiple runs if it had landed about 10 foot to the right, which I'm not sure is our goal at this point after I've seen a couple of purpose outs. I mean, that's all you can call those. I thought Monsalve a while ago, I thought, man, that was like a comedy type deal. But then after I saw that last out, I really think we did that on purpose. Okay, there's a drive over to the shortstop,
Yeah, it's got
and then we stand there so that they can get us out. So So we are definitely doing this on purpose now. Okay, I feel better. I'm not seeing crazy baseball. We're just taking outs on purpose here to get the Panthers to the end of this game. I think, is it after this inning, Heath, or is that it? Because isn't it? Oh, it's 10 at 5, huh? Okay. So we've still got to play 2 more innings, but I think what's happening is these Cardinals are trying to give the Panthers some outs, because that time they didn't even run. They stood there on a 2-out first and second. They stood there and let them tag them for the out. So with that said, we'll jump over to a word from our sponsors.
Auto Shop. Check out Dia Auto Shop in Eunice. Dia Auto Shop specializes in lube and tires and accessories. They accept fleet company maintenance cards and do washing and detailing. Next time you need a dependable tire lube service for your vehicle, Dia Auto Shop has you covered. All the services you need, call 394-0298 for all your lube, tire, and accessories. That's 394-0298. Dia Auto Shop, 1800 Main Street in Eunice. Proud supporters of the Eunice Cardinals and Lady Cardinals.
Eunice Public Schools is proud of their Eunice Cardinals, the Eunice community, and the staff of Eunice Schools. Eunice Public Schools has anchored itself as an integral part of the Eunice community and takes school safety very seriously. Eunice Schools have continually provided a quality education for the students of Eunice through good times and bad. The Eunice School District appreciates the Eunice community, and they're proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Eunice is on the move. Are you ready?
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eunice, New Mexico. We are starting here in the top half of the 4th. Number 5, Trenton Fieldstead is up to bat. He is hit by the first pitch. Jorge Ontiveros. I've been watching baseball, watching Jorge and Ovi Ontiveros play baseball since they were little kids. I haven't seen Jorge pitch too many times, but he is on the mound now. He's number 1 in our hearts. We'll see if he's number 1 on the mound. That ball's hit back to Ontiveros by number 1, Baeza. Ontiveros runs it down, pitches it over to first base to number 5, which is Julius Woods, and they get the force out at first. So that'll be 1 out. I can't tell who's up. Can you tell who that is, Batno?
Lopez, maybe?
Is that Lopez, number 2?
Yes.
A. Lopez is what my form says. That ball's hit over to second. That's Caballero. He fields the ball cleanly, throws it over to Julius Woods for the out. That advances the runner over to third. So Eunice quickly has 2 outs. Jorge Ontiveros, he may be number 24 on the field, but he might be number 1 on the mound here at this point. And shoot, we've got another Dean/Jones that just walked up and took a peek in the booth. You got to keep up with the Joneses, and that young man right there is one you got to keep up with. So we've got number 13, Colton Butts, the left-hander up. He takes strike number 1 from Ontiveros, who fires that strike in. He's a quick worker out there on the mound. Here comes pitch number 2. That ball's driven into left field. The left fielder's underneath it, makes the catch easily. 3 up, 3 down for Jorge Ontiveros. At least when I'm announcing, that is his pitching debut. So that'll send the Cardinals back to the batter's box and send the Panthers back into the field. Any updates on that softball game, O?
Yes, the first game's over. They actually finished it in 5 innings at 18-3.
Wow, so the Eunice Cardinals win game number 1 of the softball match between Eunice and Jowl down in Jowl, 20-3 in 5 innings. 18-3 in 5 innings. So your Eunice Lady Cardinals are down there doing work in Jowl today.
Not a day for Jowl.
Yeah, definitely on the diamond. It's not been Jowl's day so far. So it's 20-3 here. It was 18-3 down in the girls' game. The girls' game is over. That's 18-3 in the 5th inning. So the Lady Panthers fall to your Lady Cardinals in game 1. Is that a doubleheader down there as well?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. So they'll be playing another one just like we'll be playing here shortly. Looks like Giles made another pitching change. They got Stanton Richard on the mound. That young man's got big feet. He might step on home plate from pitcher's mound here in a minute. If you want to see some boats, take a look at that kid's shoes. So we'll have number 2, Gio Chacon, warming up out here. I believe he'll be the first at bat. So Eunice Cardinals up 20-3. Once again, we saw some extremely strange baseball for me. I'm not a extreme baseball junkie by any means of the imagination. I played from the time I was about 4 years old until I was 17, and then when I got here to Eunice, they told me, you got to decide. You either run track or you play baseball. You can't do both. So at that point, I said, well, I guess I'll run track because that was kind of my thing. But I always played up to that point, but I don't believe I've ever seen anything like that last inning where I saw people falling down like they were going back for the base and laying there till somebody would tag them. That was a new one for me. I've never seen that before. Not saying it don't happen. I've just never seen it. So it was extremely strange. And then we had runners with the ball hit into play stand there until the defender run over and tagged them. So definitely some I guess some sportsmanship. I'm not real sure. Yeah. So now we've got another righty. That's Chacon up. He's going to jump over in the left-handed box, and he's going to take that one right, skimmed off his butt cheek there. He was able to do the limbo and avoid it. So he almost got a hit by pitch and headed down to first base, but he quickly adjusted his torso and was able to avoid that when it went behind him. So Richard with pitch number 2, and that's a swing and a miss. So 1 ball, 1 strike. It looked like Richard slipped off the rubber in mid-pitch, but he went ahead and threw it anyway. I'm telling you, I've never seen such strange things as happening here. So here comes the pitch. Chacon swings and missed at that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 4th. Eunice up 20-3. So Chacon in the left-handed box. Here comes the pitch. That ball goes behind him again. So 2 balls have went behind Chacon in this at bat. I'm telling you, is it Friday the 13th out here or something? There's some strange stuff going on. All right, so here we go. He's back in the box. Here comes the pitch. That ball's reached at and fouled over. That's headed over to Senator David Gallegos' house. Maybe he'll sign it and throw it back. 20-3, your Eunice Cardinals up. Stanton Richards on the mound. Gio Chacon batting left-handed. He's staying alive from that left side. Feeling like John Travolta. He's fouled off about the last 3-4 pitches. Eunice had that big inning in the first where they scored 17 runs. The second, they didn't score any. The third, they picked up 3, and here we are in the 4th. And I will add that they took some intentional outs in that last inning. There's another foul ball. If I was sitting over where he sat, I'd be playing the Staying Alive theme right now because Chacon is staying alive. So Chacon fouls another one off. I believe that's 4 fouls in a row to stay alive here. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes, bottom of the 4th. 20-3 Eunice. Stanton Richard on the mound for the Panthers. Here comes the pitch. That ball's driven down into the field. Chacon running down the first base line, and he throws it over to the first baseman, number 13, Colton Butts, who had been pitching for out number 1. So Eunice now has 1 out. Looks like the whole team is going to bat left-handed. So number 14, Sean Stinson, now comes up, and he's batting left-handed. And he takes a crazy hack, look like a lumberjack. Swings and misses. I'm telling you, there's some strange things going on here. Oh, the whole team's batting left-handed. We're laying down on the baseline, letting people tag us. It is weird stuff happening here. So here comes the pitch. That ball is swung on and missed. I don't know what else to say but strange stuff. For those of you watching at home, if you just tuned in, this is not normal baseball that you've seen the last inning. I think the Cardinals are trying to be nice. So here comes the pitch. That ball breaks across the outside corner of the left-handed batter Stinson, and he gets to go sit down a while. So Caballero comes up. He's now going to bat left-handed. Yep, so Caballero's going to bat left. It looks like the whole group's batting from the opposite side here in this inning. Richards on the mound. Here comes the pitch. Caballero lines that ball right over the top. It's fair. Well, so Caballero gets a left-handed single out of the deal. Yeah. Number 24, Jorge Ontiveros, comes up. He's going to step up on the left side. Caballero is leading off of first. I wouldn't be surprised if Caballero just stands there and lets him throw it over and tag him. Ontiveros takes that ball. He danced and moved and got out of the way. So Ontiveros with a bright yellow bat. He's ready from the left side. Caballero's over on first. Stanton Richard, the pitcher's up. Ontiveros drives that ball into center field. Kobe Taylor is there. He makes the grab out in deep center field. So Ontiveros has flown out 3 or 4 times this game. That was a good hit from the left side there from Ontiveros. So Eunice gets out of that inning with no runs. Eunice up 20-3. It's some strange things happening here, but the Cardinals will go back out into the field. We'll hear a word from our sponsors.
Eunice has a friendly, small-town atmosphere, great schools, churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles do office hours of Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. No testing on Fridays. Eunice, a friendly, small town with a wonderful community and amenities. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physical, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Parker Energy, family-owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
All right, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in the 5th inning here in Eunice as the Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Jal Panthers. Kobe Taylor will step up to the plate for the Panthers. We've got Jorge Ontiveros, the right-handed pitcher that just batted left-handed like the rest of the Eunice team did in that last inning. So Taylor steps up to the plate. He's got 1 ball, 1 strike. That ball's fired inside, so that'll be ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to Taylor. Jorge Ontiveros on the mound. Eunice jumped out to a big lead early in the first after scoring 17 runs in the bottom half of the first, and since then it's kind of seemed like a strange game. That ball's in there for a strike. So that's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Taylor. Jorge Ontiveros on the mound. Sammy Monsalve catching for the Cardinals. Ontiveros rocks and fires. He throws a big breaking ball that stays high for ball number 3. That's 3 balls, 2 strikes to Taylor. Got some clouds starting to build up out here to our west and north. That ball comes across the plate and they ring him up on strike number 3. So Jorge Ontiveros doing a good job on the mound. Taylor didn't like the call. He slammed his bat down on home plate. He either didn't like the call or he didn't like being down 20-3 with people laying on the field waiting for somebody to tag him. Not sure which. So Ontiveros back on the hill. Here comes the pitch. That ball's driven deep, high. I say deep, deep in the infield. We've got 2 people down there. Not sure who was going to catch it, but at the last minute, Caballero steps over and takes care of it.
Switching it like every second. You, me.
Yeah, it was kind of like Julius Woods and Caballero were like, you got it. No, I got it. Who got it? We got it. And at the last minute, Caballero jumped in there and said, I'll take it. So that'll bring Stanton Richard, who's on the mound currently for the Panthers. That'll bring him to the plate. So he's the pitcher. You'll have number 20, Eric Lopez, on deck. He's over working his on-deck swing. Jorge Ontiveros rocks and fires a fastball past Richard for strike number 1. So no balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here. We are in the top of what I believe is the 5th. Stanton Richard at the plate, the junior, former Cardinal. He takes a swing, knocks it over to third base. Tucker picks it up, fires it across, and Julius Woods takes it in the palm of the glove, doesn't get it. So that'll be the throw from Tucker was a little high, but Woods jumped into the air and the ball looked like it hit him almost in the wrist, and so he was unable to bring it in. So that'll put one type of error or another. That'll put Richard on first. So now we've got Eric Lopez. He steps up to the plate, the right-handed batter. That ball's fired across the plate for a strike. So Jorge Ontiveros, if nothing else, if we hadn't figured that out, he might end up turning into a pitcher out of this deal, because I think it was done as more of a, let's throw him out there and throw some pitches, and he's actually done a pretty good job. So here comes the pitch from Ontiveros, and he takes a swing and misses at that one for strike number 2. So once again, Jorge showing that he might be 24 on the field, but he might be number 1 in our heart as a pitcher today. Jorge Cito, as I like to call him. He's on the mound. He takes the sign. Here comes the kick and the pitch. That ball's hit foul. It's into foul territory. Tucker's over there trying to make a play on it, and it looks like he caught it. So he did. That's a great grab over there by Tucker. So we may have found a good swap. We'll put Ontiveros on the mound and Tucker on third, because he made a couple of good plays there. And I believe that is going to end this first game with the Eunice Cardinals winning 20-3. So at the end of the top half of the 5th, Eunice has taken down the Jow Panthers. So in the girls' game down in Jow, Eunice won 18-3 in 5. And here with the baseball game, Eunice wins 20-3 after the first half of the 5th. So a great play here from the Eunice Cardinals. They improved to undefeated in district, and in fact they're undefeated. And looks like half our crowd is leaving here. We're going to lose the Dean cheering section here. They're like, we've had enough. We're going home, and they're out the door. So anyway, we're losing half our crowd. Looks like they're going to break the rakes out, do some sweeping, get everything going. Oh, any thoughts on game 1?
It was not pretty for the Job Panthers in the first inning.
Yeah, and as we talked about, very interesting. I mean, Eunice was up 20-3 in the third, and they were batting left-handed, not just one or two.
Yeah.
They were like the whole team was batting from the opposite side of the plate. They were stopping as they were running bases, stopping and standing there until Jal could come over and touch them so they'd get out. We had Monsalve over on third that was leading off, and that was the first time I noticed it, but they threw the ball over to third, and Monsalve literally just laid down on the ground 4 foot from the base, and I mean like in slow motion, until they walked over and tagged him and never even tried to move. And that's when I was like, what just happened? Did he slip? And then I started noticing everything. So Eunice was, those last 2 innings was just taking outs. They were just laying down saying, here, get us out so we can get out of this game. And so, like I said, very interesting. I've never seen that before. All right, so we're going to take a little break here. We'll play some stuff from our sponsor. We're also going to reset our mic and whatnot here. I'm going to play a little bit with the input levels and see if that helps at all. Normally, mic levels and whatnot are not as high as I've got them turned up. So I'm going to play with some of that here as we take a break here in between games. You're listening to Eunice Cardinal Baseball here on the Noel Mark Broadcasting Network. We will be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eunice, New Mexico, where your Eunice Cardinals are facing the Jal Panthers in a doubleheader today. Eunice won game one of this doubleheader 20-3 in a 5-inning shortened game. They were up 20-3 after the third and then started taking intentional outs. So I mentioned it earlier, we're having some technical difficulties. I'm trying to adjust some things here and make things work, but just an extremely odd baseball game. I've watched baseball and been involved in baseball games for many, many years. That may have been the oddest baseball game that I've ever seen. Eunice was up 20-3 and started laying down in the baseline, just taking intentional outs. A couple of times they literally just stood there and let people tag them with the ball, didn't run from anybody. They all started batting left-handed or opposite hand of where they would normally bat from, just in an attempt to speed that game up and get it over with. So Eunice wins game one, 20-3. We're now in that space between the two games. We've got a doubleheader that is scheduled. So the teams went back into the dugout, sat there a while. Now they've came back, and we've got some people playing catch and kind of doing some warm-up stuff and whatnot. And it looks like we're on track to start game number 2 here shortly. So with that said, I am trying to make some adjustments on the live feed and see if I can get the sound to sound a little better. So I'm going to step off for just a moment, see how this sounds. We're on about a 2 to 3 minute delay typically, so it'll take me a minute to listen to some things. I may be back on shortly. So thank you for listening to Eunice Cardinal Baseball here on the Noel Mark Broadcast Network. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful Eunice, New Mexico. We are getting ready to start game number 2 on the day. We've got a good shot there of Heath Dean, a father of Hayden, son of Willie, and grandson and personal assistant of Sally. And so Heath's quite the legendary baseball figure around here. We've got him up here. He is working the scoreboard for this Eunice Cardinal baseball team. We are getting ready to start game number 2. Once again, we have had a few technical difficulties. We did get a roster from the Eunice Cardinals for game 2. We did not get one for the Jal Panthers. Their roster is also not updated in Max Prep, so we've had a few problems getting their information as far as the way we typically do, so I apologize if some of their names are not right or numbers, because I've already found that a couple times where numbers that were listed in here were people that aren't even playing baseball. So that's what's in Max Preps, and I apologize for that. So we are starting here, game number 2. We've got Jordan Ruth on the mound for these Cardinals, and Jordan has been throwing the ball pretty hard this year. Looks like he's already ahead here, 0-2 to number 5, Trenton Fieldstead, the senior for the Jal Panthers. So Ruth rocks and fires, and that one Fieldstead's able to fight off and takes basically right off the knuckles. He stays alive, though, still with an 0-2 count. So Ruth back on the mound. Looks like we've got Pierce back in the catcher's position again. Here comes the pitch. That ball swung on and missed. Fieldstead ring him up, set him down. He heads to the dugout. Out number 1 is a strikeout. Right here for Jordan Ruth.
Right off the bat.
Yep. So 1 up, 1 down for Ruth, who appears to be throwing some heat. Ruth, the quick worker, is already back on the mound. Here comes the pitch. He fires that one just a bit outside to Jesse Baeza, number 1, for these Jal Panthers. So Baeza, who's the number 2 hitter. Ruth working quick. He fires one in there for strike 1. So that's 1 ball, 1 strike. Ruth, 1 ball, 1 strike. Also 1 out. Here comes the pitch. That ball's hit over to Jorge Ontiveros. Ontiveros takes it off the skip, fires it over to first. Looks like we've got Hayden Dean trying out his stretch over there on first base this inning. That'll be an out for Baeza, who hits it over down the third base line to Jorge Ontiveros, who fires it over to Dean playing first base. So out number 2, 2 up, 2 down. We've now got Ariel Lopez stepping into the right-handed batter's box for the Panthers. Jordan Ruth rocks and fires that fastball just a bit outside. Ruth is throwing the ball with some heat on it, that is for sure. So 1 ball, no strikes. That ball was thrown with some heat right into Lopez. Lopez didn't like it. I don't think I'd have liked it either. That was worse than a COVID shot right there. He rocked it right into the side of him. Pierce will go out there and talk to Ruth about it a little bit. So 2 outs here early. Ruth sends a base runner down to first after being hit. Butts, who was the pitcher in the last game, now comes up into the left-handed batter's box. Ruth takes a look at Pierce. He likes the sign. Here comes the kick and the pitch. That ball's right down the middle for strike number 1, and it had some heat on it and some movement. Looked like it was tailing a little bit too. That was a good-looking pitch there by Ruth. So Ruth's ready for pitch number 2, and he heaves that one out. All right. We made a few adjustments during the break, and we're hoping this works. So we're hoping it sounds a little better. So thank you, Miss Davis, the principal at the high school, for letting us know. So Ruth back on the mound. Here comes the pitch. Butts swings, but he's a little slow on that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Butts, 2 outs. Trenton Butts back in the box, the lefty. Jordan Ruth takes a look at the sign. Here comes the pitch, and that blows right by him for strike number 3 and out number 3. Ring them up, set them down. The Panthers will head out to the field to play a little defense as the Cardinals will get to come up to bat. We'll take a word from our sponsors. Thank you. You're listening to the Knollmark Broadcasting Network.
Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eunice, New Mexico here as your Eunice Cardinals are hosting the Jal Panthers. We are in game number 2. Jal's going to start off with Jesse Baeza on the mound, and it looks like they're going to have Colby Taylor donning the catcher's gear, so he's going to run over here and squat down behind home plate. I'm here with Ovi Ontiveros. He is my sidekick today and my co-host here on today's broadcast. While we're talking about the broadcast, we want to make sure we thank our sponsors, Zia Auto Shop, the Whitmire family. We appreciate you guys. Cardinal Hardware and the Oil Patch Motel. The Davis family and the Myers family are always big supporters of Eunice Cardinal Athletics. The City of Eunice, Eunice Public Schools, Eunice Health Clinic, Elma Romero, Leanne Reeves, Brian Henning, Nikki Blevins, Miss Pascal, and all the others down there that I'm sure I'm missing, and you'll tell me about it the next time I see you. Parker Energy Services, my neighbors, Brett, Penny, Kiki, Jace, Kaylee, all of you down there at Parker Energy, always supporting the Eunice Cardinal athletes. Eunice Pump and Supply, my other neighbor, Becky Nogelmeyer, Brandon Matthews, and all the staff down there at Eunice Pump and Supply. We greatly appreciate all that you do. So thank you so much for making this broadcast possible. While we've got a minute as these pitchers are warming up, I need to mention our Eunice Cardinal and Lady Cardinal track teams who have had some great success. Sitting to my right is Ovi Ontiveros, and he's already qualified in 5 events for this upcoming state track meet. And Chloe, she's not here with us today, but Chloe, the freshman, has already qualified in 5 events as well. So we've got 5 events qualified between the two of the people that live at my house. Pretty cool deal considering we've only had 2 track meets. So the 2 of them have both qualified in 5 events. So back to baseball. We've got Hayden Dean stepping up to the plate, the senior, who had a pretty dang good game last time, except he kept getting hit by pitches. So we'll see if he can stop that here. That first pitch is way outside for ball number 1. So here in the bottom of the first, the senior Hayden Dean, the speedster slash college commit football player. Next year be going to play some college football. He steps into the box. He's got his sis setting up here working the scoreboard. He drives that ball right over the third baseman's head in for a base hit, and then they misplay it. But Dean wasn't. He was talking to his first base coach. He didn't realize they misplayed it. But so he trots over to first with an easy single. Jorge Ontiveros, the young man, showed us some pitching skills in that last game. He'll still be number 1 in our hearts, but he's number 24 out here today, and he is the second batter for these Cardinals here in game number 2. Hayden Dean takes the lead over there at first. Here comes pitch number 1, and it looks like it is going to be a ball. I didn't see any sign otherwise, so I'm assuming that's the case. So ball number 1 to Jorge Ontiveros. Baeza, the pitcher for these Panthers, takes a look over at first base. Dean's messing with him. Dean's going. Wow. They
Oh,
I have seen
no.
some strange things today in baseball, and that was definitely a strange one. So Dean took off, headed for second. It looked like they were on a hit and run. Ontiveros drove the ball right over to the second baseman. Second baseman made the catch and then started chasing Dean all the way back to first when all he had to do was throw it back over to first for the easy out, and at the last minute he realized all he had to do was throw it over there, so he did. So that's 2 outs here early in the first for the Cardinals. Number 13, Conager Pierce comes to the plate. In his first bat during the last game, he hit a bomb over left center field that was way out there. So he's up here. He's taken 1 ball, 1 strike. There are 2 outs. Pierce, the catcher, at the plate. Baeza rocks and fires. Pierce drives that ball way high, somewhere out there into right center field. They misplay it. It hits the ground. Pierce is still running. He's already past second. Here comes the throw over to third. Pierce is going to head for home, and Pierce is probably tired. He's probably going to need an IV over there after that run because he looked like he hadn't ran that hard since football season, but he made it all the way around. Eunice gets their first point on the board, or first run on the board. So it's now 1-0 Eunice.
Thought they were going to run into each other out there in the outfield.
Yeah, the 2 outfielders, the right fielder and the center fielder, neither one of them called it. They were both sprinting to it. It hit right in between them, and they were both, it came real close to being bumper cars out there. So we've got, who's up now, Oak? Number 19.
Garrett Tucker.
Garrett Tucker. Normally the first baseman, but I noticed Dean's playing first, so I didn't see where Tucker was.
He
Did
went
you?
to second.
Second,
where Dean
okay.
usually plays.
All right, so Tucker and Dean swap positions. Tucker steps up. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. That ball's fouled off. So Tucker fouls that one off for strike number 1, I believe. Is he taking 2 pitches or 1?
That's 1.
Okay.
I think.
All right, so that's a 0-1 count, 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. That was a nasty-looking ball. I guess that was strike 3. And that ball got past the catcher, but the catcher runs, picks it up, fires it over to first for the out. So that makes it 1-0 in favor of the Eunice Cardinals. And we've got another Dean up here now. I tell you what, we're just surrounded by Deans and Joneses in this place. Every time I look around, there's another one that comes in. All right, so the bottom of the first, Eunice picks up 1 run. So we'll move into the second. While we've got a minute, we'll stay here. We'll keep it here. We'll make sure to thank our sponsors: Zia Auto Shop, Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel, the City of Eunice, Eunice Public Schools, Eunice Health Clinic. That sounded like I had a speech impediment there. Parker Energy Services, Eunice Pump and Supply. We thank you guys. We could not do it without your sponsorship. And we appreciate it. During the last broadcast, I was listening to it as Ovi and I were driving down to Fredericksburg this weekend, and I did listen to that broadcast, and they had the Devon Energy broadcast playing as well as one of our commercials. So I do not have them on our list, but they were playing in that last group, so I'll make sure to mention them just in case, because I'd sure hate to think that they had sponsored us and I wasn't mentioning them, but they're not in my normal playlist of commercials. So Devon Energy, thank you guys. I know Steve Almaguer is a big part of Devon. In fact, my son-in-law, Bryce Jenkins, works for them as well, and we appreciate you guys helping us out and taking care of the Eunice Cardinals and helping to bring these games to the fans at home. So we've still got Jordan Ruth on the mound here. They're all warming up. Once again, we'll mention that the girls won their first game. They are in Jowl taking on the Lady Panthers over there in a softball game. They won that first game 17-3. And I would guess they should be started with their second game.
I actually just got an update, and it's 0-0 in the 4th inning.
Oh, wow. 0-0 in the 4th inning in game number 2 for those Lady Cardinals. So here goes Kobe Taylor, the senior. He is up to bat. Jordan Ruth on the hill. Taylor, I'm not sure what that was. I have seen some strange things today. That looked like almost like a bunt or a check swing that I'm not sure. Kind of a weird thing there. But anyway, it's ball number 1. Here it goes again. I think that's a bunt. But usually, at least when I was taught to bunt, you have one of your arms that gets up behind the barrel of the bat, and he's doing it with both his hands together but sticking his bat out there like he's going to bunt it. So interesting. I'm telling you, it has been a day of... Oh, and then he almost gets his noggin knocked off. So that will be ball number 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Taylor up there to bat in the right-handed position. Jordan Ruth is throwing the ball so hard that in the last 3 pitches, he's thrown his hat off twice. So we're either going to have to get him some elastic in that hat, maybe a trim of that mullet. He's throwing off every time he lets it go. So here goes the pitch. It's 3-1, and he almost gets Taylor on that one as well. So that'll send Taylor down to first base. Ruth is throwing some heat. Reminds me of Wild Thing. Was that which game was that? Was that Major League or whatever? Yeah, he kind of looks like Wild Thing out there. He's throwing some heat from that mound. That is for sure. We've got Taylor on first. Taylor's looking like he might want to go, and he is. He got a huge jump. But even with that, well, they called him safe. He got a huge jump, and I tell you what, Pierce has a cannon because he almost got him anyway. And there's only one ump. I just realized that. We've got one ump out there, so the ump behind home plate's making the call at second. That's interesting. Woo! That pitch was right down the middle. I'm assuming it was a little high. The ump even started to stick his arm out like they do when they call a strike, and then jerked his arm back down. So that's going to be 1 ball, 1 strike. Ruth on the mound. Kobe Taylor at second. Here comes the pitch. That one's right down the outside corner for strike number 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Number 6 for these Panthers. That ball's in there for strike number 3. So ring him up, set him down.
Ramirez.
Is that Ramirez?
Yes.
So Ramirez strikes out. That'll be the first out of the inning. Stanton Richard comes to the plate. Stanton Richard, Jordan Ruth used to go to school together back in Ovi's younger days. So Richard at the plate. We've got Colby Taylor sitting on second. That first pitch from Ruth is slightly outside. Once again, Ruth is throwing some heat. As a former baseball player myself, I don't think I'd want him throwing one at my head for sure. So 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Here comes the pitch. That ball was swung on. The ball hit the mitt of Pierce, and then Richard swung. So he was just a little bit late. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Eunice leads here. We're in the top of the second. Eunice up 1-0 after scoring 1 in the first. Here comes the pitch. Once again, that ball hits the mitt. Richards takes a cut at it for strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Stanton Richard at the plate. The former Eunice Cardinal taking on Jordan Ruth, who's on the mound. Here comes the pitch. It's a rocket, and it's driven right back up toward the second baseman. Second baseman makes a great play on it, fires it over to the first baseman for the force out. That's out number 2. So that's Tucker to Dean. Second base to first base is normally reversed. Normally you got Dean at second base and Tucker on first. They've switched positions. So that's Tucker with a great fielding play there and a nice throw over to first. Good stop there by Dean at first for the out. So 2 outs. Colby Taylor now on third. Here comes the pitch to the first batter. To the next batter, Eric Lopez. So Lopez steps into the box. He takes ball number 1. Here comes Ruth with the pitch. That ball's right down the middle, but it must have been a little bit high. From our angle, sometimes it's hard to tell the height, whether it's high or low from our angle, but I guarantee you that pitch was right down the middle. So that's ball number 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Ruth on the mound. Takes a look over at third toward Taylor. Here comes the pitch. That one's right down the middle. Yeah, that's a good pitch there. 2 balls, 1 strike. That fastball had some movement on it, and it was moving right down the middle. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs here. Colby Taylor on third. Here comes the pitch. That ball's right down the middle again. So that's 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. To number 20, Eric Lopez. Lopez, the sophomore from Jal. Here comes the pitch. That ball was about high enough that it scared the geese that were flying over, and he took a cut at it, swung and missed. Ring him up, set him down, send him to the dugout to get his glove and head to the field. That is 3 outs. So Eunice will head in to bat, and we will hear a word from our sponsors while we've got a moment.
Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful Eunice, New Mexico. We've got a beautiful evening here for baseball. Slight breeze blowing in from left center toward home plate. Some clouds in the background. Beautiful sunset happening at this point. You can see a nice little windmill sitting back over the horizon. Eunice up here in game number 2, 1-0 after winning the first game 20-3. We've got Jesse Baeza on the mound for the Panthers. And once again, we'll mention that our Eunice Cardinal softball team is down in Jal playing the Panthers. Last update we got is it was 0-0 in the 4th inning of game number 2. The Cardinals had won game number 1. So anyway, pretty neat update so far. We'll keep you posted if we hear anything new. With that said, we're getting ready to start the bottom half of the second. Will be Zeke Benton leading off for the Cardinals here in this inning. They've all kind of thrown me off because half of the last game they were all batting from different positions, left-handed and whatnot. Zeke is in his right-handed stance this time. Here comes the first pitch. That ball's right down the middle for strike number 1. So 0-1 to Benton. Benton back in the box. He's ready. Baeza, a quick worker, takes the sign, kicks. Here comes the pitch, and that ball is high for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Here to Benton. Zeke Benton, the junior, another member of our Cardinal football team that had some great success this year. Here comes the pitch. That ball's going to be outside. Ooh, the ump called that ball in there for strike. So that's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Benton back in the box. Here comes the pitch. He throws a big breaking ball that does not come back in. So that's 2 balls, 2 strikes. We've got another dean in attendance now. There's more deans running around here than we know what to do with. Here comes the kick and the pitch. That ball's outside. So that'll make it a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Coach Pierce takes a run over to the first base box. We didn't have anybody over there. They should have got Willie Dean to run over there. He'd have took care of it for him. That ball's outside for ball number 4. That'll send Zeke Benton down to first base. I bet old Willie Dean's coached first base a few times. And probably third base and Probably any other base you want him to coach. So Willie Dean's here in attendance. I see him walking through the front. Another one of them Dean baseball sports legends. Shout out to Steve Dean, because when I don't mention him and I mention any other Deans, he usually don't take too kindly of that. All right, so we got a leadoff happening over at first. Baeza throws it over to first base, trying to pick off the runner, Benton. Who do we have up, O?
That is Marcus Tessera.
Marcus Tercero up at the plate, the right-hander. Had a pretty good game that last game. Marcus had a pretty dang good game. Number 22, the junior. Marcus steps back into the box, the right-hander. He's facing Jesse Baeza, the pitcher. Here comes the pitch. That ball's high and outside. Kobe Taylor pump fakes over to first base. It's NBA playoff action. That pump fake almost got the defender to make a move at it anyway. Baeza back on the mound. Once again, he's a quick worker. Benton's starting to lead off. Marcus Tercero, he's scratching his hip or backside. He's ready now. Here comes the pitch. That ball's fouled off. It gets hung up in the netting, and it is going to roll back down onto the field. So that's 1 ball, 1 strike to Tercero, Hovey's cousin.
Yeah.
Got more cousins out there between the Deans and the Joneses and the Ontiveroses and the Terceros. I think we're all related somehow. It's kind of scary around here. You got to be careful when you go out anywhere, O. You might be trying to talk to your cousin. All right, so here we go. Baeza back on the mound. He throws the pickoff, and he throws it over toward the high school. So that's going to advance Benton not only to second, he's now going to third. They're going to chunk it over to third base. Benton's in there with a stand-up. I think that's Benton. Is that Benton?
Yes.
Okay, so Benton's standing on third. All that talk about cousins and whatnot scared him. He ran all the way to third. So Tercero steps back into the box. Eunice ahead here, bottom of the second, 1-0. Tercero back in the box. He's ready. Baeza takes a look at the catcher. Here comes the pitch. That ball's fouled off. So that'll make it 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the bottom of the second. Kobe Taylor catching for the Panthers. Jesse Baeza, the pitcher. He strolls back out to the mound, takes a look at Taylor. Taylor gives him the sign. He likes it. Tercero's ready, the right-hander. Here comes the kick and the pitch. That ball swung on and missed. Marcus Tercero, ring him up, set him down. He gets to go have a seat and a glass of water. That's the first out for these Cardinals. Number 3, Jordan Ruth steps up in the box. The right-hander, the pitcher, throwing some heat today. Jordan Ruth, a longtime friend of Ovie. He's up to bat, I believe, in all the games I've called. This is the first action I remember him as a batter or a pitcher in the varsity games. It's good to see Jordan out there. I'd like to see him back out on the field football season next year. It would sure be nice to see that for sure, but he's a good athlete. He takes that ball inside. I believe that's 2 balls, correct? 2 balls, no strikes to Ruth. Number 3. Jordan, a sophomore?
Yeah, he's a sophomore.
So Ruth, the sophomore, in the batter's box. He takes that one on the outside corner. Maybe it's just a bad angle that I got from right here, but that outside corner seems awful wide from where I'm at. But
it was extremely wide.
Yeah. So there's strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike to Ruth. Ruth rocks and fires a swing at that one. That makes it 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Ruth steps back into the box. He's ready. Here comes the pitch from Baeza. That ball's outside. That's going to make it a full count to Ruth. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We've also got 1 out, so 3-2-1. That means it's contact time for Ruth. Mayor Billy Hobbs is back in attendance. He's out shaking hands and kissing babies in the crowd. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside. That's going to send Ruth over to first. Benton on the pass ball gets to home plate. So that'll score a run for the Cardinals. That makes it 2-2. Eunice with the lead. Caballero comes out to replace the pitcher, Jordan Ruth, on first base as a substitute runner. We used to call that a pinch runner, but I don't think they call it that anymore. Courtesy runner. I guess courtesy's better than pinch, especially when you live in southeastern New Mexico, because pinch can be interpreted in a lot of different ways around here. All right, so we've got a pinch or a courtesy runner on first. We've got number 2, Gio Chacon at the plate. He takes ball 1 high from Baeza. So 1-0 here to Chacon, the Little League umpire. If Billy Hobbs is here, that means your mama's done too as well, oh.
Oh, yeah.
So Kobe Taylor catches that ball, and I guess he didn't realize that the runner, Caballero, was going. He kind of hesitated for a second, and then he chunked it towards second. So Caballero steals second. He's in there safely. 1 out here. Gio Chacon, he's crowding home plate. Baeza's ready. He takes the sign from Taylor, kicks, and here comes the pitch. That ball's outside. So that's ball number 3. So 3 balls, no strikes. Chacon looks over at Coach Reynolds. Looked like Coach Reynolds told him, what do you want to do? And he kind of shrugged his shoulders like, I don't know. So I don't know whether he told him to take it or not. Looks like he took that one. So 3 balls, 1 strike. Reynolds gives Chacon the sign. I would guess at this time it'll be swing away. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Caballero on second. Here comes the pitch. That ball is outside, but it is called a strike. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that that ball is outside. One thing about it, where we sit, we're right up over where they're at, and it's just that outside part. There is a wide strike zone right there. That ball's fouled off down the line, so that's going to make the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Chacon. So Chacon stays alive here by fouling that one off. Baeza's already back on the mound. He's ready. He's working quick. He takes a look at Taylor. He likes the sign. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside. So that will be ball number 4. That'll send Gio Chacon down to first base. So now we've got runners at first and second.
Sean Stinson up to bat.
Sean Stinson steps up to bat. Got runners at first and second. Stinson, the right-hander, in the box. Here comes the pitch. He squares away to bunt, lays down a pretty nice bunt. They throw the ball away, so that's going to advance the runners all the way. He's going to score both of them, and Stinson's going to turn that bunt into a 3-base. I would say a triple, but I guess it's probably an error and then a couple of advanced bases. But so Stinson gets all the way to third on the bunt and scores 2 runs. So I don't know that it would be classified as a triple, but it's basically a triple
Bunt.
two RBI bunt. So anyway, Eunice now leads 4-0. Who's up now? Oh?
That's top of the lineup again.
Okay. So we're back to the Deans. Heath Dean set me straight. He said, hey, that's my kid, dang it. So Heath Dean's over here to my left. Sister Lexi Dean's over there a little farther to the left. We got Willie Dean sitting down in front of us. We've had 2 or 3 nephew Deans come up here and say hi and look in the window. And then a Jones that's a nephew Dean as well. So we're just getting a wide variety of Deans and Joneses here. So it's 2-0. That makes it 3-0 on that high pitch there from Baeza. So 3 balls, no strikes to Dean, the senior. Young man that's headed to play some college football. My phone's beeping at me telling me somebody's at our front door. I'm guessing that's your mama getting home from the meeting. That ball called strike?
I don't think so.
Man, it had to have been. Yeah, it's 3-1. He called that ball a strike. So 3 balls, 1 strike. That ball swung on and missed by Dean. That makes it a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
That ump likes them outside pitches.
Man, I guarantee you, we've got a perfect angle to see see some plate from where we're at. And those outside pitches, he likes them. So, but you just got to make the adjustment. Man, I thought he got there. So Dean hits it to the pitcher. 14, Sean Stinson made a break toward home. The pitcher fires it to Colby Taylor, which is the catcher, and they tag him at home. So that gets the out there on the fielder's choice. Dean reaches first. Number 24, Jorge Ontiveros, steps back up to the plate with 2 outs. So it's now 4-0. Oh, my goodness.
He beat him to it.
So, once again, we have one ump, and he's umping from behind home plate. So, Dean slides into second. The ump says he got underneath the tag, which from our angle, I can't argue with that, especially considering I'm paid to work here by Eunice sponsors. So I think he was safe. I think it's a good call there by the ump. If he had made it the other way, I'd have had to complain. The Eunice sponsors wouldn't have liked that. But Eunice up 4-0. Dean just made it to second. Pop fly from Jorge Ontiveros. Nobody's going to get it, so it's going to land in play. Jorge Ontiveros is now headed for, well, no, he goes back. So we've got runners at the corners. Strange baseball, folks.
Jorge even thought they were going to catch it. Yeah, he was about to turn around.
He was pretty much walking down the first base line when nobody decided to catch it. The first baseman, which was probably the closest player to it, was standing on first like he was covering first base while the ball landed about 15 foot away from him. The catcher he was probably the closest other player to it, and he almost got there. But anyway, so now we've got runners at the corners, 2 outs. Who's up, Oh?
That's Conager Pierce.
Conager Pierce steps to the plate. The young man knocked it completely out of the ballpark. Almost looked like something on the natural during that first inning. If it had been raining and it hit the lights, it would have been the natural, but it wasn't. So anyway, Pierce back at the plate. He takes a huge hack at that one. It makes it 1 ball, 1 strike. He's definitely thinking natural after that swing. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runners now at second and third after Ontiveros advances to second. He takes another huge cut. He's definitely got his eye on that cow out there about 100 yards past left field fence. So here comes the pitch. That ball's out of bounds. It's out wide. I'm going to get this baseball terminology in my head here sooner or later. My brain just works with basketball terminology. I have a problem saying things. But anyway, there he goes. He swings and misses at that. So Conager Pierce goes down on strikes. Baeza with the strikeout. Eunice now up 4-0 as we move into the top of the third. We will take a word from our sponsors at this point.
Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Right back into it. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful Eunice, New Mexico. It's a beautiful evening here. We've got, I would guess I'd call it a little more than a slight breeze, but other than that, it is a pretty nice evening. We've got a few clouds floating around. The sun has peeked through here as it's beginning to set, and it's just a great day for baseball. These Eunice Cardinals picked up the win in game number 1, 20-3. In what all I can classify or categorize it as is a very strange game. And so they picked up the big win there in the first. Once again, I mentioned before, they were up 20-3 in the third inning and then started taking intentional outs, something that I have never seen before. Literally people laying down in the baseline just waiting for somebody to tag them. Balls that were hit with runners on base where the runners didn't even try to advance to a base. They just stood there while they got tagged out. the whole lineup was batting from the opposite side of the plate, and so it was a shortened game, 20-3 in the top half of the fifth. And so anyway, we're here now in game number 2. We've got Jordan Ruth, the youngster. It's the first time I've had the pleasure of calling a game where he's on the mound. He's been throwing some heat. Eunice is up 4-0 here. We're in the top of the third. And who do we have to bat, for these Panthers?
Butts. I don't know which one it is.
Okay, so one of the Butts, it's the right-handed Butts, because the left-handed Butts was pitching earlier, and he's now playing first base. So that makes it Trent Butts, number 7. He takes ball number 1. Ruth, he throws some heat, but he also resembles the Wild Thing on Major League. So he fires that one in there. Butts takes a hack at it, but even Butts, who appears pretty athletic, he's about a half second too late on Ruth's pitch, and he hits it down the the first base line foul. The people that we've seen swing at Ruth's pitches have all been about a split second behind the ball. So Ruth is throwing some heat on the ball. Here comes the pitch. That ball's fired in there for strike number 2. So that's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mason Caperton making an appearance here again today. He's standing down in there. The young man had a heck of a showing for these Eunice Cardinals in his years, and I have no doubt that a championship was in his future if he had made a play. Ricky Vaughn. All right, so we've got Ricky Vaughn on the mound for the Cardinals, and he strikes out Butts, ring him up, set him down. He's headed over to get him a drink of water down the first base line. So that'll be out number 1. So quickly, Ruth's back on the mound. Who do we have up now? Number 5?
Fieldstead.
All right. So that's the top of the lineup. Trenton Fieldstead. He's back in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch appeared to be a ball. Is that correct?
Both strikes.
Both strikes. Okay, so we are 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Wild Thing throwing heat. Here comes the pitch. Whew. That's right in that area where this ump usually likes them. But even Ruth kind of shook his mullet around thinking about that one. So that'll be ball number 1. He's got 2 strikes, 1 ball. Here comes the pitch. That ball's right down the middle. Ring him up, set him down, go get a cheeseburger. That is out number 2. And now we've got Baeza, who's pitching for the Panthers in this game, coming to the mound. So this is the pitcher versus pitcher duel here. Number 2, Ariel Lopez, is on deck for these Panthers. Ruth, who's working quick, is already in the windup. Here comes the pitch. That's in there for strike number 1. So Ruth throwing heat here in this inning, and he's throwing it with some accuracy. So here comes the swing or the pitch. That ball's driven right out toward the second baseman, and it gets down for a base hit. Baeza rounds first, takes a look at second, decides to go back over to first. He's in there for a base hit. That's the first good contact we've seen. Ariel Lopez comes to the plate. Baeza on first, 2 outs. Here in the third, Lopez steps into the box. Ruth fires one straight across home plate for strike number 1. I like Ruth's little look that he does over to first base. He kind of turns that head and there he goes. He looks down and kind of peeks over, and then here comes the rocket. That ball's going to be just a bit outside. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner on first is Baeza. Ariel Lopez at home plate in the right-handed batter's box. Jordan Ruth on the mound. Conacher Pierce behind home plate. Ruth takes a look at Pierce. He likes the sign. Here's the throw over to first, and goodness, he threw a rocket over there, but it gets away from the first baseman. So the runner, Baeza, will advance to second on the error there. Mason Caperton after a good pump that he got over at the weight room, gets him a plate full of food and enters into the press box so the rest of us can watch him as he eats. I don't know what he's thinking. These college kids go off to college and they come back not thinking about their elders anymore. That ball's fouled away. That'll make it 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs to Lopez. Number 13, Colton Butts, the pitcher from last game and left-hander, is in the on-deck circle warming up. Ariel Lopez in the right-handed batter's box. Jordan Ruth takes a look down at Pierce, the catcher. He likes the sign. Here comes the pitch. That ball's popped right over the top of the second baseman's head. That ball's fired back in toward home, and the runner dives safely back over to third. So now with 2 outs here in the top of the third, we've got runners at the corners. So the heat that Ruth is throwing, these Panthers have now kind of caught up to it this inning, and they've been able to get the ball in play a couple times here. Eunice leads 4-0. Jow's going to have a courtesy runner come in. It's number 19, and my paperwork says Ethan Houston. I hope that's correct. So Houston runs over to third. Baeza, the pitcher, heads on into the dugout for a little rest before he returns to the mound shortly. So we've got runners at the corners, 2 outs, Ruth on the mound, Conager Pierce, the catcher. That first pitch is in there for strike number 1 to Colton Butts, the lefty. So no balls, 1 strike, some good smelling food up here in the press box. Can't help but salivate as I think about it. That ball's fouled off for strike number 2. Bunch of Cardinals dancing over in front of the dugout. Almost got knocked out. 4-0. Eunice leads. Runners at the corners. 2 outs. Butts was behind that pitch, but he was able to get the bat on it. 0-2. Ruth stretches, steps back onto the mound. He's ready. Here comes the pitch. That ball's slightly outside. Oh,
He got him.
yeah, and Pierce fires down to third and catches the runner leading off too far. He couldn't get back, so he is out. So Pierce guns down the runner at third base. They pitched it across home plate. As soon as Pierce caught the ball, he jumped up and fired. Pierce has a cannon, and he fired it down the third base line. The third baseman applied the tag to the runner trying to get back onto third, and he was out. So Eunice gets out of the inning, no runs, or out of that top of the third. Now Eunice will come to bat here in the bottom of the third, up 4-0. Any updates, though?
I just got an update, and it's surprisingly the girls are losing. 4-0 in the 5th inning.
4-0. Eunice trailing in the 5th inning after winning game 1 17-3. They trail here in game number 2 to the the Jow Lady Panthers. They are playing in Jow today. And so Eunice wins game 1 big and is losing right now in game number 2 4-0. So I wonder if Maribel pitched the first game and now she's pitching. So in softball it's a little different, but Maribel Lopez pitched the entire first game and she's now pitching the entire second game. So I guess that she's probably getting a little tired if down 4-0, because when she's on her game, you don't see too many people score many runs on her. So we've got Mason Caperton over here. He's almost a better comedian than me from the press box. The only thing that's not comedic about him is that food that he's over there eating. I'm not sure what it is, but it smells good. I'll pass for now, but I definitely smell it. While we've got a moment, we want to make sure to thank our sponsors, Zia Auto Shop, the Whitmire family. Thank you, guys. Cardinal Hardware and the Oil Patch Motel, the Davis and Myers family. Thank you so much. The City of Eunice, Eunice Public Schools, Eunice Health Clinic, Elmer Romero, Leanne Reeves, Brian Henning, Nikki Blevins, Miss Pascal, and all of those down there at the health clinic. We appreciate your service. Parker Energy, Eunice Pump and Supply. Thank you for all that you do. So here we are in the bottom of the third. It looks like, who do we have up to bat,
Garrett Tucker.
So Garrett Tucker steps up to the plate. He'll be the first batter here, leading off the bottom of the third. He takes ball number 1 from the pitcher Baeza. That sun is getting down low enough now that if you are trying to watch our broadcast at home, you're probably seeing some sun, and that's about it. It's just in that stage. Tucker will take ball number 2. So 2 balls, no strikes, no outs here to the first batter, the bottom of the third. Tucker back in the box. He's ready. Here comes the pitch from Baeza. It is fouled off right over toward a silver Camaro.
Uh-oh.
And I don't know whether it hit it or not, but it's hit in that direction. I hope it misses the green Chevy pickup. That's my dad's old truck. It don't need any more dents than it's already got. Any of them other cars out there, free game. They got insurance. All right, so here we go. Here's the next pitch. That ball is inside. So 3 balls, 1 strike here to Tucker. Tucker playing second base in this game. Him and Dean switched positions. Here comes the pitch. That ball is in that outside area that this umpire likes so much that I would say is outside, but he likes them. So he calls that one strike. So that makes it a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Tucker back in the box. Here comes the pitch. That ball's driven right over the second baseman's head. It's going to be in there for a base hit. So Tucker reaches on a base hit here. Hit it right over the second baseman's head, dropped in between the second baseman and the right fielder who was coming up. So that's a base hit for Tucker. Now we'll have Zeke Benton up to bat. Tucker on first, already taking a big lead. Here comes the pitch. Benton drives that ball right back over. I believe that one was headed for a, what do you drive, Mason?
Blue pickup.
A blue pickup. I think that ball was headed for that blue pickup out there in the parking lot. If we've got any insurance companies out there looking to sponsor some baseball, you could get your name called a lot here in Eunice Cardinal country. Our parking lot is right behind the stadium, so we get a lot of balls hit over there. Here comes the next pitch. That ball is driven just foul down the first base line. About a foot to the left, and Benton would have been off to the races. So that makes it no balls, 2 strikes here to Benton after 2 foul balls. Baeza working from the mound for the Panthers. He's back on the mound quick. He's ready to go. Tucker with a big lead. He's outside the brown area. That pitch is outside for ball 1. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs. Eunice up 4-0, bottom of the third. Benton takes a look down at Reynolds. Reynolds gives him the sign. Maybe a hit and run. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Oh, I think the runner was going, because when Baeza stepped off the mound, his first movement was towards second, and then he jumped back. So it looked like he had a hit and run about to happen. Here it goes. That's what we had. That ball's driven into short left center field. The sun is bright, and I can't see it.
He missed it.
He missed it. They throw it in. All the runners are going to advance. Runner ends up on third. That's going to be an error. And then Benton is all the way to second. Man, that sun is right in our face now. So out there where they hit it and where all the runners are at, it is tough to see. That's going to bring up Marcus Tercero. Tercero steps into the batter's box, the right-hander. Baeza back on the mound. Colby Taylor, the catcher for the Panthers. Tercero's ready. Here comes the pitch from Baeza. That ball's outside. Taylor does a good job of keeping that ball up here in front because that would have scored another run if not. 4-0 in favor of the Cardinals, bottom of the third. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs. Here to Tercero. That ball swung on and missed. That makes it 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs. Tercero at the plate. Looks like we've got another Tucker over there warming up in the on-deck circle. Is it?
Yeah, that's Jordan Ruth.
Oh, shoot. I told you that sun's right there. That's bad when you can't tell who's who. That ball's driven foul high. Oh, man, you had 3 Panthers over there, and they all ran into each other. That was like some bloopers TV right there. You need some of that music playing as they knock the ball out of each other's hand there. So that ball falls to the turf. That'll be a foul ball. That makes it strike number 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs. Tercero back in the box. Baeza takes a look. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside. It gets all the way to the backstop. Eunice going to score easily. So on a pass ball, Tucker comes across home plate. That makes it 5-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Tercero still hanging tough up here. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. We've also got what I believe is Benton standing over on third. And it appears to be Jordan Ruth that's in the on-deck circle. Here comes the pitch. That ball's driven right back over into the parking lot. If your car has a ding in it, Marcus Tercero is your man. So Tercero fouls another one over into the parking lot. That makes it 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tercero hanging tough here. Jordan Ruth in the on-deck circle. Benton with the lead off at third. Here comes the pitch. Tercero drives that one over toward a silver Camaro. That's another one into the parking lot. Once again, if your car has a ding on it, Marcus Tercero is your man. His mom, Sandra, makes all the money. She'd be more than willing to fix that car. Just bring it on over. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Eunice up 5-0. Here comes the pitch. That ball is high for ball number 3. That'll make it a full count to Marcus Tercero. Benton on third. Here comes the pitch. That ball's inside. So Tercero heads down to first. We'll now have runners at the corners. No outs. Jordan Ruth walks up to the plate. Ruth, I think, has grown about 4 inches in the last year. He's definitely put on some height over the last year and a half.
About the same size as me or even taller.
Is he? Yeah. Yeah, so O's not a very short fella. He's about 6'3 plus, so Ruth probably around 6'3 himself. So Ruth steps up to the plate. The runner goes. Jow's content with letting him go. They don't even send anybody over to cover the bag. Taylor throws it back to the pitcher, Baeza. Baeza's already ready. He's already working on the mound. Here comes the second pitch. That ball's in there for a strike. That makes it 1-1 to Ruth, the pitcher. Pitcher versus pitcher duel here. 1 ball, 1 strike. That ball's across there for a strike. That's a 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ruth. Baeza on the mound. Here comes the pitch. That ball is inside for ball number 2. It's going to even it up at 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Looks like we have Chacon over in the on-deck circle. That ball is on the ground, gets away from Taylor. Benton is going to score easily. He runs home on the pass ball. The Tercero, who was on second, advances over to third. That makes it 6-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Ruth still alive. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Ruth's in there. Baeza takes the sign. Here comes the pitch. That ball is inside, but Ruth took a big swing at it and goes down. The catcher then dropped the ball. Ruth was still standing there, so the catcher walked over and gave him a little shove. So that is the first out here in this inning for the Cardinals. Gio Chacon now steps up to the plate. Got Tercero on third. Baeza takes a look in. Here comes the pitch. That ball's fouled off for strike number 1. No new updates?
Haven't got anything yet.
All right. That game ought to be getting real close to over there.
Yep.
When does the Cardinal track team return to the track? Is that this week?
Yeah, Thursday.
Thursday. Is that here?
Yep.
So the Cardinal track team returns to the track Thursday here in Eunice, just over the right field fence here at Cardinal Stadium. So there is ball number 1 to Chacon. It's now 1-1, 1 out. You gonna run the same race as you've been running?
I think so.
It's kind of an interesting year as far as the races that they run. Here comes the pitch. That ball's driven high into right center field. It looks like it's going to get down. It does. Chacon still running. He turns around second and then decides to get back, but not before Tercero scores at home. That makes it 7-0 in favor of Eunice. Chacon with a good piece of hitting right there. That's probably the best hit I've seen from him all year. That's a good hit for Chacon. Number 14, Sean Stinson, steps up to the plate. Runner at second, 1 out. Stinson at the plate. Baeza, the pitcher for the Panthers. That ball's inside. Kobe Taylor catching for the Panthers. You got Butts over on first. I can't see any of them folks out on the left side of everything because of the sun. Here comes the pitch. That ball is outside for ball number 2. So 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Stinson at the plate. The junior. Here comes the pitch. That ball's fouled off right over toward the Eunice Cardinal dugout down the third base line. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. After that foul ball, took just a few seconds to get that ball back in to the pitcher. Baeza now has it. Pitching from the stretch. He steps off the rubber and turns around. I'm not real sure why, because at that time when he turned around, I mean, he's like 2 steps off second base. But anyway, he's back on the rubber now. Here comes the pitch. That ball's driven high toward left center field.
They missed it.
They missed it again. Here comes the throw in toward home, and the throw pulls the catcher away from home plate. And so not only is 1 run going to score, it looks like 2 runs are going to score. And we've got the third baseman, number 20. Number 20 is Eric Lopez. He was standing on third base when our player slid into third, and they both collided right there, and we're looking right into the sun, so it's hard to tell exactly what happened, but he's down. And
it looked like Sean Stinson slid right into his ankle.
Okay. So Stinson and the third baseman Lopez collide out there at third base. Lopez is slow getting up. There's a discussion going on between Reynolds and the umpire out there. I'm not real sure about what. But at this point, the scoreboard reads 9-0 in favor of the Cardinals. I don't know. If he did, he didn't tell us. I'm trying to figure out if he might have called him out up there, but I don't guess so. If he did, he didn't let us know.
He's not on base anymore.
Well, but he came home.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came home after the pass ball. So, anyway, the scoreboard shows 9-0. And that ball hits Dean. He has been hit. I know that's at least 4 times today he's got hit. So, yeah, he has got hit 4 times. He got hit his first 3 times at bat, 3 straight times, twice in the ribs and once down in the shin, and then now he gets hit in what looked like the shoulder or back right there. So Dean's on first, 1 out. Who do we have up now?
It's Jorge.
Jorge Ontiveros drives it toward the shortstop. Shortstop picks it up, flips it over to second on the fielder's choice. They try to turn 2, but they'll pick off Dean, the front runner there. Ontiveros reaches first. So there's now 2 outs here in the bottom half of the third. Eunice has scored 4 runs in this third inning. So it is now 9-0 in favor of the Cardinals. The sun is just about down enough that we won't have to stare into it anymore. Ontiveros takes a big lead out at first. Conacher Pierce, who hit a smashing home run in the first game, at the plate. That ball hits Pierce. Jorge was headed for second already before the ball hit Pierce. So Pierce will head to first after being hit by a pitch. Pierce on first, Jorge Ontiveros on second. That'll bring Tucker to the plate. We're going to have a pinch runner coming in for Pierce, and that'll be Sammy Monsalve. Monsalve will now be on first, Jorge Ontiveros on second. Tucker runs over, switches bats. He's in the right-handed batter's box. Jesse Baeza, the pitcher for the Panthers. He's on the mound. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Tucker at the plate. That ball's a high ball, and then it was driven way toward left. And they missed it. The left fielder never moved, and he's literally like 20 yards from the ball.
That's the shortstop.
The shortstop, who's like 75 yards from the ball, almost made a play on it. The left fielder never even, he stood in the same spot. He's still standing there now. And so you got I'm telling you, it's been the weirdest baseball day that I've ever seen in my life, I think. I mean, the left fielder stood there. Shortstop's running his tail off, almost makes a play on the ball. Anyway, 1 ball, 1 strike. Then that pitch is just a bit outside. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Eunice up 9-0. Runners at first and second. Strange baseball here today. That ball's fouled off. So Tucker stays alive here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Lots of 2s on the board. We said a lot of that in the first game, I think. Or maybe, the first home game. So, 2-2-2. Tucker's up. He drives that ball to deep center field. The center fielder's over there. He misses it. He misplays it. Ontiveros is going to come home easily. Monsalve rounds third. He's going to get home easily. And Tucker thinks he's Pete Rose and dives into third base, and the throw never even comes to third base, but he slides into third for an easy triple. And it looked like he slid a little late, so he slid all up on the bag, so now he's rubbing his ribs, and he's thinking, dang it, I might need some Advil tonight. So rough slide there for Tucker. Hurt himself. Bag beat him up. Can't be getting beat up by the bag. So now we've got number 10, Zeke Benton at the plate. 2 outs. Eunice has scored 7 innings here in the bottom of the third. It's 11-0. Tucker's still rubbing himself over there on third base. He's struggling a little bit. Like I said, I think the bag beat him up a little bit. So Benton at the plate. And that ball almost looked like it hit him, but I guess that's a ball. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner on third. That's Tucker after the triple. Beautiful sunset You couldn't ask for a better picture than that right there, except for the RVs. All right. So here comes the pitch. That ball's out wide. So that's ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Eunice up 11-0. That ball gets away from the catcher. They make a play at the plate.
He dropped it.
And he dropped it. He hadn't touched. Okay.
Oh.
So he tried to, the runner coming home actually dove around the tag, and but the catcher dropped the ball. But then he was laying there and hadn't touched home plate. So after they all stood there and stared at the ump for a couple of seconds, then they realized the ump still hadn't made a call, so they reached over and tagged him, and he is out at home. So at the end of the third, Eunice leads 11-0. Any updates on softball? Nothing?
Nothing.
So we'll hear a word from our sponsors. You're listening to Knollmark Broadcasting on YouTube as well as at the HobbsAmerica.com. Click on the Cardinal.
Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Are you looking for a reliable and trustworthy auto shop? Check out Zia Auto Shop in Eunice. Zia Auto Shop specializes in lube and tires and accessories. They accept fleet cut, maintenance cards, and do washing and detailing. Next time you need a dependable tire or lube service for your vehicle, Zia Auto Shop has you covered. All the services you need, call 394-0298 for all your lube, tire, and accessories. That's 394-0298. Zia Auto Shop, 1800 Main Street in Eunice, proud supporters of the Eunice Cardinals and Lady Cardinals.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to a beautiful, what has turned into an absolutely beautiful sunset. Those of you watching at home, I mean, even the camera actually captures it pretty good. It looks really neat as that sun is dropping. We've got some cloud cover. Beautiful evening here in Eunice, New Mexico. Just a slight breeze out there. It's got Old Glory kind of waving in the wind. And these Eunice Cardinals are definitely on top of their game here today so far. They won that first game 20-3 in a shortened 5-inning game where they didn't even get to bat in the 5th inning. Now we're here in game number 2. Eunice scored 7 runs in the 3rd. They now lead 11-0. Kobe Taylor looks to be coming to bat, the senior for these Jowl Panthers. Jordan Ruth has been on the hill for the Cardinals here. The young man is a sophomore, and he's been throwing some heat here today. The sophomore, he's really stretched out over the last year, probably grown at least 4 inches in the last year, or maybe more than that, and so his frame has fit him well for this pitching duties. Kind of wild on his control. At the same time, man, he has fanned several batters. They've had a real tough time keeping up with him. So, from the first game, Butts was the pitcher, the lefty. He now steps into the left-handed batter's box. Ruth cocks and fires, and that ball is apparently outside on this left-handed batter. From our angle, it's hard to tell. 1 ball, no strikes, no outs here to the first pitcher of this 4th. He's way behind that one. About the time the ball hit the catcher's mitt, the lefty took a swing at it. It was way late, but that makes it 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside for sure. That'll be 2 balls, 1 strike. Ruth, the youngster, has done a really good job today. In the games that I've covered this year, I have not seen him on the mound yet, and I've been really impressed with, for sure, with his fastball today. That pitch looked good from my angle, but apparently it wasn't. So 3 balls, 1 strike. Butts in the left-handed batter's box. Here comes a pitch.
Ooh.
Man, that's 2 pitches in a row that I'm not real sure where they missed. But anyway, that'll send Butts down to first base. That'll bring the senior, Kobe Taylor, up to the plate. Eunice up 11-0 here in the top of the 4th. Taylor steps into the right-handed batter's box. Jordan Ruth takes a look down at Conager Pierce, the catcher for these Cardinals. He likes the sign. Here comes the kick. And the pitch. That ball's right down the middle. That could be nothing but a strike. Strike number 1. So Ruth gets ahead of Taylor here. 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. Taylor in the right-handed batter's box. Ruth on the mound. Takes a look over at first, kicks and delivers. That ball looked like it was right in there too. Yeah, it is. So strike number 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Ruth doing work here on Taylor. Got number 6, Pilar Ramirez, over warming up in the on-deck circle. Here comes the pitch from Ruth. That ball, ooh, man, the ball was slightly high, it looked like. Pierce takes the pitch instantly, throws it down to first. And I tell you, Pierce has got a rocket when he decides to do that. He fires over there, and he definitely gets some people in an interesting situation. He's already gunned down 1 today doing that. So here comes the pitch. That ball looks like it's in there on that outside corner. So Colby Taylor, ring him up, set him down, give him some big league chew, and send him back to the dugout. That's out number 1 for these Panthers. Number 6, Ramirez, steps into the right-handed batter's box. We've got that runner, which is Butts, over on first. Here comes the first pitch. That ball swung on and missed. Once again, Ruth slung that one so hard that his mullet got wild and knocked his hat off. Wild mullet, flying hats, weird stuff here today in Cardinal baseball country. Ruth back on the mound. He's ready for pitch number 2. Here comes the kick and the delivery. That ball's right down the middle for strike number 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Dean holding Butts. That didn't sound good. Anyway, he's holding him over there on first. Here comes the pitch from Ruth. And there's a swing and a miss for strike number 3. So ring him up, set him down, give him some big league chew. Stanton Richard heads over to home plate. The righty, a former Eunice Cardinal, steps into the right-handed batter's box. Ruth takes a look at him, says, "I remember you." So here's your pitch, and that ball's fouled off his knuckles. It's headed over into the parking lot. If you are an insurance company and you'd like to sponsor these broadcasts, just let us know, because we could mention you every time one of them balls flies over and hits one of these cars, makes a little ding in it. Stanton Richard is your man there. If you've got a ding in your car, it could be Richard that is responsible. Stanton Richard back in the right-handed batter's box. Here comes the pitch. That ball's outside. Starting to notice way over to the southwest of here a couple of lightning strikes. It looks like it's a long ways out there, but I'm hoping we can get through this game before anything gets very close. Here comes the pitch. That ball's hit right up high over the top of the pitcher. We have several people make a run at it, and nobody comes down with it. It was a tough ball to come up with, but it was definitely a kind of like one of them blooper reels, almost not quite as entertaining as that one we had out there with the Panthers earlier, but we had about 5 Cardinals all there within hand's reach of it, and nobody comes down with it. So that'll get the runners to first and second. That'll bring number 20, Eric Lopez, to the plate. Eunice up 11-0. Here in the top of the 4th, Jordan Ruth on the mound doing work. He fires that first pitch high for ball 1. So Ruth throwing some heat here in the fourth. There's a good one. That's strike number 1 right there. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Great pitch there from Ruth. Two outs here in the top of the fourth. Lopez at the plate, the righty. Here comes the pitch. That ball swung on and missed. So that makes it 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the fourth. 2 on. Runners at first and second. Lopez at the plate. Here comes the pitch from Ruth. That ball swung on and missed. And that is out number 3. That will send the Panthers back out to get their gloves and head into the field. Send the Cardinals over to grab a bat and a helmet. I saw another lightning strike right there. Woo! And that one started to look a little closer. I am hoping like heck that we can make it through. All we've got to get through is the bottom half of this one and into that top of the next one. And then, they're going to talk about it. I don't like it.
They have a lightning delay in Jow right now.
Really? So the softball game is already in a lightning delay over in Jow.
They're down 9-4.
Whew. Eunice trails 9-4 down there. You know, I really have been impressed with our softball team. They have been really good this year. The one hole in our game is we have one pitcher, and she pitches every day at practice. Then when we have doubleheaders, she pitches the whole dang thing. And so I know a lot of days when we see her, she's walking around with her arm looking like it's dragging the ground as she's strolling around. I know it's a little different in baseball because of the overhand versus the underhand motion, but I know Maribel Lopez, in conversations I've had with her, she gets wore out when they have those doubleheaders like that. Are we going into the delay?
Yeah, it looks like it.
It looks like the lightning has caused a delay. So that is that 30 minute?
30 minutes from the closest lightning
and it's
strike.
coming our direction, huh? So we are required to take a 30-minute delay. They have sent the teams, and they're going to send the fans. And we have got one heck of a storm cell southwest of here, about 5-10 miles. And so we are going to be on a delay. That's going to require a 30-minute delay. Now, the one problem with that is as that storm cell moves, it looks like it's heading right toward us. So that 30-minute delay will be from the last lightning strike within a 5-mile radius of us, and that could be a while. So anyway, we will hear a word from our sponsors. Sounds like both Eunice Cardinal versus Jow Panther Baseball and Eunice Lady Cardinal versus Jow Lady Panther Softball are all in weather delays. So let's hear a word from our sponsors.
Eunice Public Schools is proud of their Eunice Cardinals, the Eunice community, and the staff of Eunice Schools. Eunice Public Schools has anchored itself as an integral part of the Eunice community and takes school safety very seriously. Eunice Schools have continually provided a quality education for the students of Eunice through good times and bad. The Eunice School District appreciates the Eunice community, and they're proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Eunice is on the move. Are you ready?
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Eunice has a friendly small-town atmosphere, great schools and churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles' new office hours are Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. No testing on Friday. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in well sick care for all ages, well women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County Athletics. Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
Are you looking for a reliable and trustworthy auto shop? Check out Zia Auto Shop in Eunice. Zia Auto Shop specializes in lube and tires and accessories. They accept fleet company maintenance cards and do washing and detailing. Next time you need a dependable tire or lube service for your vehicle, Zia Auto Shop has you covered. All the services you need, call 394-0298 for all your lube, tire, and accessories. That's 394-0298. Zia Auto Shop, 1800 Main Street in Eunice, proud supporters of the Eunice Cardinals and Lady Cardinals.
Eunice Public Schools is proud of their Eunice Cardinals, the Eunice community, and the staff of Eunice Schools. Eunice Public Schools has anchored itself as an integral part of the Eunice community and takes school safety very seriously. Eunice Schools have continually provided a quality education for the students of Eunice through good times and bad. The Eunice School District appreciates the Eunice community, and they're proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Eunice is on the move. Are you ready?
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Eunice has a friendly small-town atmosphere, great schools and churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles' new office hours are Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. No testing on Friday. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in well sick care for all ages, well women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics. Cardinal.
Are you looking for a reliable and trustworthy auto shop? Check out Zia Auto Shop in Eunice. Zia Auto Shop specializes in lube and tires and accessories. They accept fleet company maintenance cards and do washing and detailing. Next time you need a dependable tire lube service for your vehicle, Zia Auto Shop has you covered. All the services you need, call 394-0298 for all your lube, tire, and accessories. That's 394-0298. Zia Auto Shop, 1800 Main Street in Eunice, proud supporters of the Eunice Cardinals and Lady Cardinals.
Eunice Public Schools is proud of their Eunice Cardinals, the Eunice community, and the staff of Eunice Schools. Eunice Public Schools has anchored itself as an integral part of the Eunice community and takes school safety very seriously. Eunice Schools have continually provided a quality education for the students of Eunice through good times and bad. The Eunice School District appreciates the Eunice community, and they're proud of their Eunice Cardinals. Eunice is on the move. Are you ready?
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Eunice has a friendly small-town atmosphere, great schools and churches, and a low cost of living. The entire community is very involved with all levels of sports and academics. The Eunice Department of Motor Vehicles' new office hours are Monday through Thursday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. No testing on Friday. Eunice, a friendly small town with a wonderful community and amenities. The Eunice Clinic is proud to support the Eunice Cardinals. Go Cardinals! You're the pride of Eunice. The Eunice Health Clinic offers many of the same basic services that many local physicians provide. They specialize in sick care for all ages, women's exams, physicals, health education, lab tests, and diagnostic studies. They're proud supporters of athletic and academic events. The Eunice Health Clinic is proud to back the Cardinals. Go Cards!
Parker Energy, family owned and operated since 2006. Their team is known for their hard work and dedication, big enough to meet your needs for transport, pump trucks, vacuum trucks, and disposal services. Parker Energy and their staff are huge supporters of all Lee County sports and academics. They encourage their young adults to go the extra mile, whether it's sports, grades, or just being a better you. Parker Energy Support Services, 2350 Avenue O, a proud supporter of Lee County athletics. Cardinal Hardware is your complete lumber yard with reasonable prices and outstanding service. When you need hardware or lumber, think of Cardinal Hardware. When you need great accommodations that feel like home, think of Oil Patch Motel in Eunice. Cardinal Hardware and Oil Patch Motel in Eunice, another proud sponsor of all Lee County sports and academics.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Eunice, New Mexico. We have got a storm cell that is moving this way. The Cardinals were up 11-0 when we went on to this weather delay due to lightning strikes. They have now decided that because of the position of this storm that's coming our direction, that they are going to call this game. So Eunice picks up 2 district wins, 11-0 here in Game 2, 20-3 in Game 1. The Eunice Lady Cardinal softball team is down in Jow. They won the first match very big, 17-3. They trail here, I believe, 9-4 during a weather delay down in Jow at this point. So we don't know for sure what's going to happen down there, but they have decided to call this baseball game. So your Eunice Cardinals pick up 2 wins here today against district rival, county rival, longtime rival, Jow. Eunice gets the wins here, and we look forward to bringing you good baseball in the future. Oh, any thoughts?
It's a good game for the Cardinals, especially for the rankings. I think in Max Peps right now they are ranked number 4. I believe Estancia's at 1, Texaco's at 2, and Pecos, which I didn't even know had a baseball team, is at 3, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, I normally look at that stuff every day, but the last few times I had pulled up the rankings, they didn't even have them listed yet, so I didn't even look today. But that is interesting. You know, it kind of reminds you of the football season. For whatever reason this year, most of the year, Eunice was ranked like 3 or 4, and I was scratching my head. And as the season went on, they had climbed up to 2, and it just doesn't make sense to me sometimes how they do that stuff.
I don't know which order they were in, but I know those were the top 4. It's Estancia, Pecos, Texaco, and Eunice.
Well, it's going to be interesting, but I'll guarantee you this. The thing that I like about Eunice Cardinal baseball and Eunice Cardinal football, but the Eunice Cardinal baseball team is always, always in that top 5. Even on a year where you're like, Eunice isn't as strong this year as they'll be like, well, what are they ranked? 5? And you're like, whew. You know, we complain in baseball. If they're not ranked in the top 3, then there's something wrong. And so for these Cardinals, I would pretty much guarantee you come the end of the season, they're going to be ranked there in those top 2 or 3 and have a shot at another state championship. It's just what we do here. 17 state championships here in Eunice Cardinal baseball. Last I looked, that has them ranked in the top 10 in the country. In overall state baseball championships, they're ranked number 1 in New Mexico in state baseball championships. Here with us today in the booth, we've got Mason Caperton, a Eunice Cardinal alumnus here for many years and did great things with our baseball and football team. Unfortunately, due to COVID, he didn't get the opportunity to win us a state championship in baseball his senior year, but he's now off playing for the New Mexico State Aggies. And we've also got Lexi Dean here with us as well, the multiple-time state track champion. And so now coming into the booth, we've got Chloe Jones and Darian Ontiveros. Chloe Jones, we mentioned earlier, has also qualified for track in 5 different events. Ovi Ontiveros as well. The track team will compete here on Thursday. For those of you that might want to come and check that out, I believe the next baseball games are
Saturday, I think.
I think maybe Friday and Saturday. Coach Drew Reynolds is walking up this way. We will ask him while we've got him up here. Coach Reynolds, while we've got you up here, when do you guys play again? Tomorrow, Tuesday.
4:30 and 6:30, Lovington and Varsity First.
Lovington and Varsity First. Is that game down here or is it up there?
It's here.
Here, okay. So the Eunice Cardinals will play again tomorrow, and then do y'all play? I know you play Saturday. Do you play Friday?
There's a JV game Friday.
Okay, all right. So anyway, we've got a lot of Cardinal stuff happening over this next week. So thank you, everyone, for listening to Eunice Cardinal Sports. We want to thank our sponsors who always provide for these kids and make this stuff happen. So for Ovi Ontiveros, I'm Jimmy Jones. Thank you for listening to Knollmark Broadcasting and Eunice Cardinal Sports. Thank you so much. Good night.